Give me a second. We're almost fixed. I'm having some technical difficulties here. Hold on. Come on, controller. Oh, wait. Hey, we got it. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's make this a little bit more formal now, shall we? What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and I am back with Spyro. That is a that is a name that I have been thinking about all day today. Today was one of those days where I was just thinking and thinking and thinking, and I've been thinking a lot about Spyro recently and thinking about the potential for Spyro 4. I've been so embroiled in Crash Team Rumble, I haven't been able to really sit down and think more about Spyro. And so I decided to actually to sit down and to play through Spyro 2 specifically in a more chill environment, because today is a day where I feel like I am this close from solving the Spyro 4 problem. This close. As in, like, all the evidence is there, I'm just not putting it in the order, or all the evidence is there in order, but there's one or two little tiny aspects that I'm missing to be able to connect the dots and prove that there's a Spyro 4 in development. Confirmed. Not a rumored, not a perhaps, not a theory, not a thesis. Confirmed. But I don't have it yet. But I feel like I'm this close. I feel like I am right there, and I can't lock it down, and it's driving me nuts. I can't lock it down as a confirmation, and it's driving me insane. So today, what I wanted to do was actually to sit down and play through Spyro 2 again. And the reason why specifically Spyro 2 is because Spyro, Allura, and Ripto have been confirmed to be in the data mine for Crash Team Rumble. So what I'm hoping is when I play through Ripto's Rage, as I'm playing through, and I am aware of other details in the data mine, that as I play it, I can figure out or have an idea as to maybe there's something that I missed. Something that a small detail in Spyro 2 that I missed that's in the data mine that ties everything together. So that's where I'm at right now. But I wanted to do a relaxing day today because it has been a stressful week. It has been a stressful time. And so today I just wanted to relax with Spyro. And I actually haven't played Spyro since April. So I thought, you know what? This will be a good time for me to sit down and try to figure some stuff out. So give me a second. I'm just going to send out the alerts and stuff. How are you all doing today? I'm sick. I am sorry. Doing great. How about you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. You know, I'm live streaming. I'm streaming with my favorite crowd. I'm playing Spyro. Life is good in that way. Life is good. Like I said, the best way to describe it is what I'm finding. What it feels like. Oh shoot! It feels like a word almost spoken, a vision, a dream that you had, something that was once there. I can feel, man, and it's frustrating because I feel like that if I could order the puzzle pieces together in order, I can figure it out. And it's just... And it drives me nuts that I can't figure it out. Just trying to get this worded right. And again, I can sit here and be like, yeah, I think Spyro 4 is going to come. And I could be like, yeah, I'm 90% of the way there. Or, yeah, I'm this, that percent of the way there. And I'm this. Oh, 2 minutes ago, hold on a second. I think we just got news on something else, though. It looks like that the appeal for Activision has been denied, which means that they can close tonight for the sale of Activision to Microsoft. I think that is what I just got, what just came through the pipe right now. Give me a second. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties today, which, by the way, I also want to give a shout out to Deathbell, who donated $5 an hour ago. That is super awesome, and I believe I played with them yesterday on Rumble. I feel like there was a name. I feel like that was a name that I saw yesterday while we were playing. Give me a second here. Almost done. Okay, so that's all good. Okay. Let me just read this real quick. It's one page. Very, very quick. United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. The motion to file the district's court preliminary injunction opinion under seal. Docket entry number 20 is granted. The motion for injunctive relief is denied. Ladies and gentlemen, the notion for injunctive relief is denied. The existing briefing remains in effect. Ladies and gentlemen, the injunction has officially... Oh, might have lagged. May have lagged the stream there. I may have. Hopefully I didn't. Or if I did, it's not so bad. It looks like right here officially that the motion for injunctive relief is denied, which means the RTO breaks tonight. Breaking news, the notion for injunctive relief is denied, which means as soon as tonight they can start to close for the deal. Hi, buddy.
He stuck his hand into my hot chocolate.
Oh.
It wasn't hot. It was
Okay.
lukewarm because I... Yeah, but he stuck his whole hand in it. Look at this. He's so happy with himself.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me just do this one more time then. Hold on. There we go. Alright, I just gotta quickly post this on Twitter. Let's get the opening cinematic started for Spyro then. But, yeah, right now, the FTC got denied.
Alright, we're gonna go take care of this kitty. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Alright, I love you. Let me just double check here. Double check this here. As of 12 a.m. PST, Microsoft and begin to close the deal tonight. PST, Microsoft and Activision can begin to close the deal tonight and confirm them. Hey Tiffany, how's it going? It is, ladies and gentlemen, that is right. That means that they can now close. Microsoft and Activision can begin to close the deal tonight and confirm the merging of both companies. It is over. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon you will be looking at one of Xbox's brand new IPs, Spyro the Dragon. That's very weird to think. All right, let me adjust the volume here just so it's not too loud. And here we go. Let us get into it. Okay, come on, let's get the volume back. There we go. Let me know if something's too quiet or too loud.
We should go on vacation. Somewhere warm, somewhere sunny. Dragon Shores, yeah. I haven't been there since we kicked Nasty Nork's butt. How about it, Sparks? You up for a vacation at the beach? Last one there's a Nork.
Is it working, Professor?
Acquisition officially approved? I'll explain in a second.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Bringing a dragon here could just make Ripto more angry.
Hey, Adam Wood. Welcome back.
And stop fidgeting.
But you saw the professor's book. They have claws like this, and teeth like this, and they can spit fire like this. They sound much more dangerous than Ripto.
That's exactly the point. A dragon is our only chance of stopping Ripto, and you know it.
It's working. It's working. I've got a dragon. Huh? Whoa, rough landing. Hi, which way's the beach?
Oh, I want a new Spyro game so
Stop
bad.
staring. Haven't you guys ever seen a dragon before?
You're a dragon?
You got a problem with that pussycat?
Well, well, someone forgot to invite me to the party. Were you trying to keep something from me? A dragon? You brought a dragon to Avalar? I hate dragons. Yeah! after. I'll deal with you later.
Who was that jerk?
That was Ripto, and we have to get rid of him. He's causing all sorts of trouble around here, but I haven't got time to explain. Here, take this magic guide to Avalar. It'll help you begin to understand our worlds. Right now, I have to follow Ripto and see what he's up to. I'll meet you in Summer Forest, okay?
Hey, wait a minute! How do we get ourselves into these messes, pal?
Thank you so much, Aaron Jordan, for the £2 super chat. Pray this means no more Kotick. Yeah, you know what? What it does mean, as of right now, is that Kotick is no longer in power. It would be now, when the merge is complete, it would be Daddy Phil Spencer. Daddy Phil Spencer will be the boss. Will be the boss of Activision. So Kotick will basically be a overglorified puppet that Phil Spencer will speak to. Phil Spencer will basically speak to Kotick directly, and then Kotick will imply the same message to everybody else. But basically, Bobby Kotick is going to be not the boss anymore, which is that's big. That's big. That's a big W. I got a feeling Bobby will probably resign. I think Bobby knows what to do. I think that he knows the best thing to do is pull the golden parachute and say adios amigos, take his bonus check for selling the company, and go do whatever it is that he wants, and no longer be officially a part of Activision. And then Phil Spencer will probably bring an Xbox head from one of the other studios to come over and take over as like the talking mouthpiece for him for Activision. Probably.
Spyro, I'm a friend of Alora's, and she asked me to help you out. Whenever you find me, I'll remember your progress. That zap means that if you get into trouble, I'll return you to...
So, let me explain again about what's going on with the Activision agreement. It is not financially even viable for Xbox to turn around and make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. It is not even financially viable. Do you know what they said? How many people would have to go over for Microsoft? They did the math. The math is apparently, according to the FTC and Xbox, in order for them to, I'm trying to remember the figures right. In order for them to make it so that they break even on this deal and for future deals and for the future, in order for them to break even, they would have to convert 20% of all of PlayStation's player base to become strictly Xbox. Think about that for 20%. And the actual percentage that they found is that it would be around 3%. Would be 3% of Sony's base market would be able to actually on 3%. So even if they did get all that 3%, they wouldn't even be remotely close to be able to make Call of Duty exclusive. So future CT Rumble is bright now? Yeah, I would say so. As long as Toys for Bob wants to keep working on it, yes.
We gem cutters are...
That's the yes, I'm trying that glitch. As long as, or not glitch, more like exploit. As long as Toys for Bob wants to keep working on Rumble, they can work on Rumble for as long as they like. And Toys for Bob has already stated that they understand that this is a marathon, not a race, and that they are willing to support Rumble for as long as they can. Almost got it. We'll try a couple more times and then we'll just peace out. Come on. Could Crash Team Racing get updates? That, again, would depend on Beanox. You have to understand what's happening now. What's happening now is... What's happening now... Just trying to make sure that I can get this right. What's happening now is that we are now... The studios... Kia's yelling, "Hi, Spyro Man, do you love me?" Hi, Kia, yes, I do. How are you? Yeah, charge jump. I don't think I have enough room to be able... enough space to be able to do that. Right, if I try it from here. Yeah, it's not enough. Alright, that's fine. So, now of course...
Thank you.
This also comes with a couple of provisos. One of those provisos is that we're probably not going to be feeling the full impact of Xbox taking over for a couple of years. That's the first thing that people need to realize, because you have to realize that now everyone's got to finish up the projects that they're working on. I told you to say hi, Shibuya. Aw, thank you, Kia. Thank you. Elena donated $5 to Super Chat. From Grandma, guess who the other plushie is? Another character in Spyro's franchise. The most obvious one you can put with Spyro. Hunter? Is that who I'm thinking of? Mrs. Lady J donated $6 for Super Chat. Hi, enjoy your night, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Miss Lady J. Thank you so much for the $6. Hey, GZ Uprise. Sup? Been a while? It has been a while. A lot of old faces coming by. I know it's. I know I've been playing a lot of Rumble, but you know, I know I've been playing a lot of Rumble, but I've been. I had to come back and play Spyro. I love Spyro to death. And for those who don't know, so I'll say, because I know that there's been a lot of negative press about Rumble, for those who don't know, Spyro is going to be coming to Crash Team Rumble. So that means that there is going to be another way for you to experience the Purple Boy. And you'll get to play as Spyro along with Ripto and Allura in Crash Team Rumble. We don't know exactly when they're going to be coming, but anytime, but between probably about either season 2 or 3, which will be September and around September and or December. So got it. There we go. I haven't picked up Rumble yet, but I want to. It's fun. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. I know that there's been a lot of negative press about it, and some people that have been kind of confused about it.
Great.
It gets my seal of approval. I like it. I play it a lot. It's a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see more players try it. I can't wait for when they add Spyro, when they add Allura, when they add Ripto, and it's going to be an absolute blast, and I can't wait.
Thanks for helping me light the lamp, Spyro. A fairy gave me
We're
this
gonna-
orb.
been visiting,
but I like gems better. You take it instead.
Hey, Glacia Creates, happy to see you there. I haven't heard any negative press. Oh, trust me, there's been a lot. There's been a lot of negative press. There's been a lot of negative press about Rumble. But again, today we are focusing on Spyro, and again, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure out if there's something that I'm missing. What for? People are mad that it's $30 and 8 maps, currently 1 permanent game mode, 8 maps and 9 characters. So people are upset about that. But I think he's beginning to cut teeth. She loves summer school and she's ready for kindergarten. She's always asking if she has school. Oh, same. My daughter is always asking, can I go to school? Can I go to school? Am I going to school? So Rumble is getting blasted for that, even though, you know, I personally disagree with that, but I digress. That's just my opinion. And then, you know, some people have been very open with me saying that they subscribe to the channel, but they don't like the Rumble content, so. And they'll add content to it. Yeah, I know. They're saying that it should have been free to play. Oh yeah, it's not Crash Bash is one of them. Yeah, that's another one. Yep, that's another problem. And what I'm interested about too, and I'm curious if it will happen, is that now that like Toys for Bob and all these companies, I would not be shocked if you're gonna sit down and you're gonna hear Charlie donate. That's what you're gonna hear. Charlie donate $1. Correct me if I'm wrong, CG. Because Microsoft will now own Activision, it does not mean all Activision titles will now only be released on Xbox. It just means that certain content and specific games will be exclusive or released first on Xbox. So what? Thank you so much for the $1. What this means is that Xbox will be publishing Activision games. So they will be publishing it. They will be publishing it, right? They'll be developing and they'll be publishing. Call of Duty will not go exclusive to Xbox. It can't. It can't because it is not financially viable for Xbox to do that. So that's one thing. The second thing is that they want to release more Activision games to more platforms. They want to bring it to Nvidia. They want to bring it to Game Pass. So what you might actually see in the coming weeks is Xbox might start bringing games to Game Pass that are Activision exclusive. So for example, they might turn around and say, hey, Crash Insane, now on Game Pass. Hey, Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, now on Game Pass. Spyro Reignited, now on Game Pass. And they'll start working on that stuff. And that is where things are going to start ramping up, especially for these franchises, because now the people that never got an opportunity to actually try out these franchises through Game Pass, they're going to be able to try it. And then inevitably and eventually, Rumble might come to Game Pass as well, right? When and how, not sure, but Rumble might come to Game Pass. There we go.
Yay! You've saved my crop of gems from the lizards. Here, take this orb. Some girl with wings dropped it here yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry, gaming. I strongly disagree, but you have your opinion and I have mine. And that's the wonderful thing about opinions. Everyone has one. I very much disagree with the concept of Rumble being underwhelming. I have sunk many hours into it already. I very much enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. And I like it. If you don't, that's okay. That's why everyone can have opinions. That's the best part about opinions. Is that you can have them, like it, don't like it, that's okay. Me personally, I'm going to continue support Rumble, support Toys for Bob, support Beanox, and that is my main concern. That's always been my concern, is supporting the caretakers of these franchises, the Toys for Bob, Enoch, supporting them, and because they have, in my opinion, done a fantastic job. Right? They have done a fantastic job, in my opinion, and because of that, you know, I really do appreciate the developers behind it.
Spyro, thanks for helping us fight off the lizards. Please take this talisman of...
The Zap Trap mode is like absolute chaos.
This magic portal next to me will take you to Summer Forest, one of the home worlds of Avalar.
Oh boy, can't anybody else wait for the complaints from left, right, up, and down and screaming for the fact of you know, this deal going through? And oh boy, and how I have been accused numerous times for numerous things because I support the deal.
Oh no! Oh, hello. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves before. My name is Alora.
Hi. I'm Spyro. What are you, some kind of goat?
I'm a fawn, you dork.
Oh, sorry.
Did you meet the gem cutters in Glimmer?
Yeah, they gave me a souvenir too. They called it a talisman.
They gave you a talisman?
What, is it special? I just stuck it in the guidebook you gave me.
Well, there are 14 talismans in Avalar, and they are all magical. If you can collect enough of them, they can be used to defeat Ripto. Hunter, where have you been?
Oh, I got a little lost.
Spyro's gonna help us collect the talismans.
I am?
He is.
Spyro, look. There's no way you can get to Dragon Shores right now. Ripto and his monsters have taken over the castle here in the Summer Forest. You're going to have to go to Avalar's worlds and convince the inhabitants to give you their talisman. You can keep them in your guidebook.
Hey, I could do that. Why doesn't the dragon just torch Ripto?
Hunter, you can't even keep track of your running shoes. How can we trust you with 14 talismans?
Boom, roasted.
If you
Hey,
collect
Tyler,
all
thank you
those,
so much. Give me
they're
1
important
second.
too. But I'll tell you about them later.
Okay, no problem. I'll collect a few talismans, give Ripto the old hot foot, and be in Dragon Shores by lunchtime.
Thank you, Tyler, for the $5 super chat. Have there been any hints as to whether Spyro will have a design change or not? Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the $5. Evidence suggests that at the moment, no. Evidence suggests thus far that no, there is no design change for Spyro for Rumble thus far. Of course, we can't have any sort of 100% confirmation until we obviously see him, or until we get a patch data mine. And again, I reiterate, and this is something that people always forget, and people always complain about, and people are always just like, oh my gosh, why don't you talk about this? Oh my gosh, why don't you do this? If I do a data mine from a disk, when you data mine a disk, the disk has leftover assets on it that are not necessarily viable or usable or even in the game. That's because when things ship on a disk, there are leftovers, there are things sourced, that are used. Like, for example, there might be a model of a game mode in there, and then that game mode is scrapped, but that game mode was what introduced relics to the game, and so you'll find a game mode for something called Relic Race Mode or whatever, and then you're like, oh my gosh, they're bringing Relic Race Mode to Crash Team Rumble, and it's like, no, that's not bringing Relic Race Mode to Crash Team Rumble. It's the fact that they used the programming from Relics to make that mode, canned the mode, but then said, hey, you know what would work though is bringing the relics to the regular competitive scene. Yeah, let's roll with that. So, do you see the problem here? I'll get to your comment in a second, Ori.
Spyro, this is the whole...
However, when you get something from a patch is content that is intended to be shipped. It is intended. It's like, yes, this is going to go live. We're not going to be shipping unnecessary data for no reason. Because you have to realize the size of the patch and how much... increases depending on or increases costs for them to ship over networks. So they're going to make it sleek. They're going to make it trim. They're going to make sure that only the stuff that's necessary is going to get shipped out and not a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff. A disk can hold so much unnecessary information that is not needed. So when a data mine comes out from a disk, you can't always trust it 100%, though there are aspects that you can pull from. So at the moment, based on the data mining that we have at the moment, evidence suggests that there is going to be no visual change to Spyro, and in fact it is the same model directly ripped from Spyro Reignited and being placed right into Rumble, and that would work because they both run on the Unreal Engine, and of course stylistic wise it would also work because Spyro and Crash now have a very similar soft gradient effect to their games. So Spyro can now be thrown into a Crash game, and they will look thematically almost identical. So, yes. Ori donated $5. I'm curious, what unpopular opinions do you have? Here's one of mine. I think Sonic Forces is far better than Sonic Mania. Ooh. Unpopular opinions. Oh boy. Unpopular opinions. That I actually really like the majority of... Here's my unpopular opinion. I really enjoy the majority of the music that was remade for Spyro in Reignited. I like the majority of it, and I think a lot of it is either on par, close to as good, or better than the original. Though, there are some exceptions. I very much enjoy the Reignited tracks. There are a couple that miss the mark a little bit, and then there's a couple that absolutely botch it. There are a couple, like in Crash Team Rumble seems to be one, yeah, apparently. But I actually very much enjoy Spyro Reignited soundtrack, and I find that a lot of them are either just as good, if not better, than the originals. However, there are some that are... There's not any that are like, you know, there's not any that's like, yeah, oh, this one's clearly better than the other. It's like, it is so... There's a couple that are just such a miss. Like, epic. And they don't just miss. There's a couple that miss so bad it's epic. Like, absolutely epic. Right? Like the one that I can think of, is what was the level that everyone was raging about in Spyro 1 when they replaced the guns? I've played the game so it's not North, is it North Cove or Twilight Harbor? I think it's Twilight Harbor. You gotta forgive me, my memory for names has gotten really bad, so and I'm trying to recover some of my memory for things because it's gotten to a point where I'm like, okay, this is actually getting ridiculous. I'm forgetting so much stuff, like, randomly. It's getting to a point where it's like, okay, this is noticeable now. What's the problem? So, Twilight Harbor music, botched. That was botched. The comparison's not even the same. That was botched. Magma Cone was also another one that comes to mind when it comes to botches. Magma Cone was another, like, oof. But most of the tracks I find are pretty much on par, or if not a little better. There's nothing that is significantly better.
Who needs a key when you know how?
See, I don't mind. I should agree with that opinion. As popular maybe, yeah. That's my unpopular Spyro opinion, right? Because people are always like, "Can you switch over to the original? Switch over to the original." I'm like, no, because I like it. I like the. I do like it.
Each time you defeat an enemy, it will release a spirit.
Yo, how's one of my favorite Canadians doing? One of them, a favorite Canadian? I mean, the one above me's got to be Ryan Reynolds, right? Has to be. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just playing Spyro, and I'm just vibing. I'm just enjoying myself. I'm just playing Spyro. A lot of the remake soundtrack foolery is probably sample licensing issues. The original games use a lot of sampling. That is correct. You are 100% right, jump button. That is a big issue. I do remember specifically the Magma Cone one was actually one that they pointed out. I was when we went to Toys for Bob, we sat down with Stefan Vankoff, who was the guy that redid all the music in Spyro Reignited. He sat down and, you know, he was asking us, hey, what tracks do you want to listen to? Hey, what level is it that you're thinking of? Hey, what? And we were going through and we were listening. We were in this little sound room. It was really cool. It was like a little audio room that was customized for specifically listening to music. And it was really, really interesting with hearing all the different tracks and stuff. And I was like, hey, can we listen to this? And hey, can we listen to that? And they were like, yeah, sure, no problem. And they pull it up and I'm like, oh, this is so cool. This was so awesome. And of course, at the time we hadn't played Spyro. We hadn't played Spyro 1 yet. We had just finished, or we were about to go play Spyro 3. Yeah, we were about to go play Spyro 3. And so when it came to Magma Cone, they actually said they could not find the sample that they used for the that part. They could not find. They looked high and low. They talked to. I remember Stefan Vankoff. He was like, "We have no idea, man. We tried.
Even though I'm a vegetarian.
We tried to find it. We tried, and it just was not. We could not find it.
I thought the Yeti was tougher than that. I guess he was all bark. Ruff, ruff.
Yeah, so it was hilarious. It was hilarious. We tried, man. We tried. We could not find it. We couldn't do it. So they had to get a guy to come in and go, oh no, with his own mouth. And apparently the guy that was recording it was like looking at it like, what? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? I am so confused. And so they didn't sample it. They just had a guy come in and do it just from out of mouth. Crash to Insanity Project. For me, it's meh. It's good. It's got there is a couple tracks in Twin City that I really like. Like I love the track when you're sliding down the hill. That's my favorite track. That is my favorite track from Twin Sanity. And that track is I'll be sitting there and that song will pop into my head and I'm just like, no, and it's stuck in my head for like 2 days. So I will say that, but that's really the only memorable Twin Sanity track I have for me personally. Tyler Pantaleo donated $5 to Super Chat. Have you tried to do a Spyro speedrun? Record for Spyro 1 is 37 minutes and 37:27. So, I have spoken about this before. Have I thought about speedrunning? Yes. Am I going to do it? No.
You have 2 minutes to score 5 goals.
And there's a specific reason as to why. When it comes to speedrunning or doing stuff like that, I discovered something new about myself, specifically actually for racing. If some of you might remember this, some of you may not. When I was doing the Oxide time trials, I got stuck on Dragon Mines. I just got stuck on it, and I was racing on that track for not 4 hours, like literally hours. I was playing on that track, and it got to a point where I hit my 4-hour time slot. It was like, okay, 4 hours is up, time is up, buddy. Come on, let's wrap it up, let's go. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stop. And it got to the point where the stream literally was like overloading. Like I was staying for too long and the stream was cutting out as I was trying to get that relic. And when I got it done, it wasn't even like a sense of relief, but more of a sense of like, oh, I'm so happy that it's done. And then if you go back in time and you take a look to a little bit more recent, me getting the platinum trophy for Crash Bandicoot 4.
Would you like to
the first? There was 2 levels that come to mind when I think of when it comes to getting those platinum relics, and the amount of pain that I felt was, and it's weird to say, but yes, pain. It was seeing double and rock blocked. I got to a point where it was getting unhealthy, where I was obsessing about it and I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I stayed on stream for hours, longer than I should have, to try to get it done. And I got stuck on this hook. But I got stuck. It's not just frustration. It's a bit different than just frustration. It was this unhealthy loop of chasing this feeling of achievement and this feeling of getting it done and this feeling of not trying to not look stupid in front of everybody. And it was, it wasn't healthy for me.
If you stare at
It wasn't healthy for me. So, long story longer, but now we can wrap it up. I would sit there knowingly know that I could not hit that 37-minute mark that Dale Man has. I believe it's Dale Man that has the record on Spyro 1. Either Laura or Dale Man. I'm not sure which one. I know Laura, I think Laura recently did hit world record. I know she's got world records like in first, or the second or third or fourth, I believe. But Laura's very talented when it comes to that. Very, very talented. And I don't knock the emulation community at all because they are very, 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 very talented. Or emulation, I'm sorry, the emulation, speedrunning community. My brain, I had a lapse there, a brain lapse. I don't knock them at all. They were very, very, very talented. And if I sat down, could I maybe try to get into the top 10? Maybe.
thank goodness.
I couldn't even tell you if I could. I'd be lucky maybe if I got in the top 50, maybe the top 100 if I'd be lucky. But at the end of the day, it would become unhealthy for me. And I've had to learn how to set healthy boundaries for myself. And I applaud those who can do it, who can sit there and they can do the speedrunning and then at the end of a session, not beat their time and be like, no problem, we'll try again tomorrow. And it's no problem, we'll try again tomorrow. My problem is that if I didn't beat my own time, I couldn't sign off until I at least beat my own time and saw some form of improvement, even if it was small. And sometimes I have to realize when I hit my ceiling, right? When I hit my ceiling, you hit your ceiling, and that's it, right? And it's something that I can't do. I can't do it. In the sense of, could I do it? Yes, I could do it. Like, technically, yes, I could do it. But I know me enough. I've gone through enough therapy to know me enough to know that it would be something that would haunt me and would become an obsessive thing. It would be a big controller of my mood. And that is actually a big issue that I sometimes have when it comes to these time trials and some of the stuff, is that it will literally control my mood for the day. If I don't get that thing, I am grumpy for the rest of the day, and I am grumpy unless I'm trying to get it again, and then once I get it, I'm in a good mood. And the problem is I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to myself. I don't want to do that to my family. And yeah, that's kind of it. And it sounds weird, and I know it sounds really advanced, and I know it's a big kind of deep analytical answer to what you've asked, but the thing is that there are a number of people who have asked and assumed, well, yeah, this guy talks about Spyro all the time, he plays Spyro all the time, he knows the games like the back of his hand. He'd be probably a good, eligible person to do speedrunning. And maybe I am. I don't know. I can't do it. And I applaud those who can, because that's a talent. And not being facetious, not being sassy, it is a talent. And I can't do it because I will get into an unhealthy obsession about it. Those relics traumatized you. They did. Those relics were... there were a couple that were bad. There were a couple that were really, really, really bad. Rock Blocked was the one that I wanted to just actually scream. Yeah, Rock Blocked was the one that was just absolutely lethal. That one was terrible. And Seeing Double. Those are the ones that come to mind. There's a couple others that were also really difficult. But Rock Blocked and Seeing Double was like rage-inducing. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. There is a donation that I missed, the Great E. I am so sorry, Grady. I hope you're still here. I absolutely missed that donation. I am so sorry. I don't know why the alert didn't go off, or maybe it didn't. I didn't hear it. I am so sorry. I hope you're still here. The Great E donated 30 New Zealand dollars through Super Chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to give my unpopular opinion. I love the Spyro 1's gameplay, but personally think the plot of it is very bad. I also 100% Spyro 2 a few days ago. P.S. When is Battle Balls 2 coming? Well, to reference your reference, I am going to be trying to be releasing those style of videos every Saturday. So that means that there is going to be a new one dropping tomorrow. There is a new video dropping tomorrow. That is titled "Oops, All Ripperoos," and yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Have you played Fusion Frenzy before? Long time ago. Have no memory. So yes, but no. Those shorts are kind of neat. Yeah, Owen Moore. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use the shorts to do two things. One, to promote more of Rumble, to be honest, because if Rumble's promoted, then my content's promoted. So it goes hand in hand. So in a business sense, yeah, it's better. But also I want to expand my channel beyond just being like, hey, I'm the guy that can sit down and analyze stuff. I want to try to make funny edits that people will sit down and be like, hey, this is funny, and they'll go back and they'll watch again, right? It's not just a lot of my videos are you watch it once and you don't need to watch it again because you got all the information already. It's educational, you learned it, and it's a work in progress. And then sometimes the most recent video updates what a previous video has talked about. I wanted to start making a series of videos that can be easily referenced and something that can be watched more than once. Flanny Man donated $5 to Super Chat. Thank you so much. How's it going, CG? On a weekend getaway from home to clear my head from work and home. I wish, man. I wish. I would love a weekend getaway, man. I would love it. But it's hard to get a weekend getaway when you got, you know, when you got 3 kids, you know, when you got 3 kids, it's hard to get that getaway. It's definitely difficult. So enjoy yourself. Sit down, relax, do what relaxes you, and enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. Well, I think it's a great idea. So, hey, Green Cat, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But also, too, one of the things that it does for me as well is that I set this mental test down. Hippity hoppy, yeah, fly, my gelatinous puppets, fly! Yeah, that was a fun one. There's some quotable quotes on the one coming out tomorrow. That one was fun. I was a little bit sick while recording it, but it was basically the first days playing Ripperoo, and me just like laughing hysterically. What was I gonna say now? But the plan and the strategy is to do 5 of them. So what I'm doing is I'm making 5 of those videos and then assessing their views, their engagement, and then go from there. And what's really cool about that is that when I make that video, like, so I have part 1 up, right? And it's humming around over 5,000 views. When I upload my next one, what's going to happen is that people are going to revisit the second one to go check out the first one that didn't see the second one or didn't see the first one. So then this video is going to boost this video. And then in turn, this video will boost this video, and they will boost each other. And then we get to 3, you're boosting each other. And what you're doing is that you have what's called bingeable content. And that bingeable content is someone could be like, cool, that video was funny. Hey, look, this is 2. Is there a 1? Is there a 3? Is there more? And they go and they're like, yes, there is more. I'm going to go check that one out. And then I'm going to watch that one. And then I'm going to watch the next one. And then the next one. And what happens is YouTube's just like, hey, this person's watching bingeable content over and over and over and over again. So now we're going to make sure that whenever this content creator makes that specific kind of content, that this person knows exactly when that goes live, and then eventually it builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. And that's kind of the plan. That's kind of the idea when with these videos. And then what I'm doing is that I'm taking snippets and sections from that video, and I'm releasing it as shorts so that people can discover it and be like, whoa, you know, what's this? And who's this creator? And what's that? And it's remixed so that they can go check out the... Woo! Excuse me. It's remixed so they can actually go and check out the original video as well. And then I can pull that video and then upload it on TikTok and add a text saying like, hey, go check out the original video here. And then it brings people over, and then if something goes viral over on TikTok, then it will lead over to YouTube or whatever, right? And then sit down and be like, okay, assess, is it doing well? Is it not doing well? What's up? What's down? What's left? What's right? I usually do better with... So, yeah, there is a lot of editing. There is a lot of editing when it comes to those funny edits. There's before recently, there have been very few funny edits on the channel because of just how frustrating and how long it can take to get those videos done. Those videos can take a long time, but luckily I've gotten myself in a groove now where I got a system in place where I can get a funny edited video done in between recording and exporting and thumbnail 2 days. When Pokemon Unite released, was there a massive backlash towards the game just because it wasn't a typical collectathon similar to Crash Team Rumble? I don't remember there being particularly a big backlash to it. I don't remember there being like a giant offensive backlash. I remember some people looking at it weird, but I don't ever remember people being like, this is awful and terrible. I hate this. This should die, you know? And of course, we're going to be refining more and more, right? Of course, you know, we're going to be refining more and more and more and adjusting and tweaking and fixing and, you know, what do you use to edit your videos? I use Adobe Premiere. I also can use, I can use any modern nonlinear editor. I can use Final Cut Pro. I can use DaVinci Resolve. That's the one thing that I'm really proud of myself, is that I'm able, if you throw me into any modern visual editor that is like standard market issue, which the 3 is typically Final Cut, Adobe Premiere, and DaVinci Resolve, I can edit a video. Doesn't matter, because I've worked professionally on all 3. Final Cut, I will admit, I'm more rusty on. I'm more rusty on Final Cut, but it would take me it would probably take me a week to get up to speed with Final Cut, and it would probably take me a couple days for DaVinci Resolve to get set up for DaVinci Resolve. But
Wow, Spyro, you did it. I knew you could do it.
And yeah, that was that's what I use to edit, and I use that to edit, and I put things together, and yeah, it's something that I try to pride myself in. And I try to say I may not be the most skilled player at games, but heck, if I can try to edit, and I'm trying to learn more, and I'm still learning.
This idol says he's hungry and won't be satisfied until he...
So, I've had a Spyro 4 video in the works now for a while, and I haven't been able to get back to it because of Rumble. Rumble has kind of taken all of my time right now. Between trying to figure out guides, figure out some content. I want to get a Coco video done. I have a funny but also like important Rumble video coming up that I just laid the groundwork for today, and I hopefully will get that done either Monday or Tuesday. I actually have an old Spyro video which I'm going to dig back into. It's kind of funny because I was making this video a long time. Hold on. No, it's not, but it's similar. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this bug here. This bug looks a lot like that infestation, the slug hat in Rumble. It's a hat, I believe, on the battle pass for Rumble that is... It's not the same, but it's similar. That's why I was just like, huh. See you there, Tyler. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Similar color? Yes, it's similar. I know the eyes and face are bigger on the hat, but the general gist and design is similar. And the reason why, and this is kind of the reason why I'm looking for this stuff. I'm looking for this stuff because I want to find even the smallest of details that could be references to Spyro, right? And again, I feel like I am this close, that I am this close from figuring it out. I feel like I am. I just don't know if I am. But I feel like it. Crunch for Rumble? Absolutely. I think Crunch is a great addition. I think another guaranteed addition, I think, is a slam dunk, is Nina Cortex. I think Nina Cortex is literally a slam dunk to get in. Nope, Crunch is not in Rumble yet. Nope. The only new addition that they've added thus far is the only one that they've added thus far is what would Nia's moveset be? Well, she's got those the extendo hands, right? So I think that's something that's definitely going to be something important. Yeah, that's a mood. Sometimes reading some comments on Twitter makes me want to do that. Just absolutely just start smashing my brain in. Okay, so once I do this, I'm going to have to go all the way back to the beginning. This, that. What? That was this, right? Did I not wait for it to go down? Oh, wait, or no, I'm just dumb. Hold on, it's starting. No, what? Don't tell me. I know. I've done this. I've done this thousands of times. No exaggeration. Hold on. Did I jump down on it too fast? Okay, I think that was it. It was just I just jumped on it too quickly, I think. Now I'm doubting myself. Right. And then that goes moon. Yeah, okay, I was right. I just was apparently too fast with it.
Nice job.
So, luckily for us, we actually do have an image of Crunch, or an idea of image of Crunch from Crash 4. If you look in the background of Cortex's flashback tapes, you actually can see Crunch's face. And hold on a second. Actually, I can quickly pull it up if you guys want to see. Bandicoot for Crunch. Yeah, because there is a portrait of Crunch. I believe that's it. Yeah, here it is. Yep, here he is. So this was data mined from Crash 4. This was in the background. So this is obviously like concept art, right? Not like finalized looking art. But you can see he is more of that reddy instead of brown. More red instead of brown. He's got more of the vicious teeth. He pulls a lot more. He looks a little bit more like a cross between Crash or a Crunch with a hint of evil Crash. Yeah, he's a bit more monstrous. Yeah, he's more monstrous. He's not as like what would be a description? He's not quite as, kind of. Yeah, see that. Trust me. So, but that was in the background. And Nina Cortex was also found in the concept art, and there's a number of things. So, yeah, I think that Crunch is going to be a little bit more monstrous and not quite as like, I'm the cool guy, yeah! He's going to be a little bit more, maybe berserk heavy, a little bit more angry, a little bit more, I literally made a moveset for Crunch. I literally came up with a whole concept and idea for Crunch in terms of movesets. I made a character screen. Hold on, that I'm probably going to use in a future video. Hold on, let me quickly pull it up. I sat down and I made this character screen and I made this template so that I can make characters and put them in. and then create their own movesets and then literally talk about it in a video. And I sat down and I made it so that it was a template so that I can constantly go back and remake it, readjust it, retweak it, and add all the characters that I want. So for example, I put this together. And the concept of Crunch was that he has a jump. He has a basic double jump. He has a punch, the punch combo. He has a thunderclap. You can do a big thunderclap. He can do a ground smash, and then he has ultimate weapon. And yeah, I built this whole thing from the ground up. And you can see here, jump, punch combo, thunderclap. I just completely built this from the ground up. When I was speculating for Spyro, I made this as well, right? I made this, built this from the ground up as well, to try to compare it with what it looks like in game. And you might recognize I made this for Ripperoo, for my recent Ripperoo project. Even though we weren't able to see this screen yet, I was able to remake it and build it from, like I said, build it from the ground up. But the concept that I built around Crunch, the idea of Crunch was that he is a close combat. He's got more health than Ripperoo, but not much more health than Ripperoo. And he is a close combat kind of like grappling brawler. And his problem is that if he gets attacked with ranged, he gets wrecked. However, he has an ability called Ultimate Weapon, which is he yells, he powers up, he gains movement speed, he gains knockback resistance. Imagine like a mini Aku ability for a short period of time, which allows him to get really close into the enemies. And then what happens is that after like depending on the time, like 3, 4, 5 seconds, Ultimate Weapon shuts down, and then he's slowed and can't jump for 2 seconds. Right, he's slowed and he can't jump for 2 seconds. And the idea behind that, and the idea behind of that is that he can use when to activate Ultimate Weapon. If you activate Ultimate Weapon too early, you're going to get outpaced. If you activate it too late, you're going to die. The whole point is that you need to be able to activate it right at the right point so that you can get nice and close on those ranged characters like Cortex or even Ripperoo, and then absolutely just slobber knock the crap out of them. And that is what his whole shtick is. That's his whole shtick, is that when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, he's the best. But you outpace him, he's easy to take care of, and so he has to be able to know when to activate Ultimate Weapon to try to close the gap. And again, there is a punishment for it, because after Ultimate Weapon turns off, you're slowed for a couple of seconds, and you can't jump. So if you can't jump and you're slowed for a couple of seconds, that ain't good there, right? And that was the basic idea I came up with for Crunch in terms of a moveset. And I actually went back and I looked at all of his abilities that he got from the elements back in Wrath of Cortex, and the ability where he the ability from the, I believe it was the water stage, he slaps together and he makes like a big like wave forward. That's what Big Clap would be this. He would clap his hands together and knock away everyone in front of him, but he can also hold it to wind it up to send out a bigger shockwave. But he can't move while he activates it.
Look at that. The hula girl's ring dance blew up that idol like a Roman candle. Now I can pursue that dance.
I think Pinstripe would be really hard to implement, but super fun to get in if they can figure it out. As I said, I think it'd be cool if he used Wumpa Fruit as bullets. So like if he's out of Wumpa Fruit, he can't shoot, but he spends Wumpa Fruit to shoot bullets. So, ow. Right? So I would make him a ranged blocker, but he needs to collect Wumpa to deal damage. That's the unfortunate trade-off, is that he still has to collect Wumpa and he's not turning in for people. He's, you know. So Pinstripe's gun would not raise the age level. And the reason why is because it falls under, I'm trying to remember what the terminology is, because there is a reason why, there's a reason why Pinstripe's gun does not exceed the rated T for teen, but the AK-47s in Spyro 1 does. It's because the AK-47 is considered a modern weapon that is still used today and is used in war. Meanwhile, Tommy guns are more used for comedy and more like, it's almost Looney Tunes. It's hard to explain. It's like, because of its size, it's seen as more of like a historic piece. I'm trying to remember, there's a certain, it's not like a law, but there's like a rule where it's like, oh, because it's comic mischief. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. It's like the Wumpa Bazooka from War. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Wumpa Bazooka from War. It's comic mischief. It can be seen as comical, right? And not as violent. Yeah, you know, of course it can still, you know, it looks like something, but it's more, but you also, but if I were to use that argument, you could also kill someone with breathing fire. A dragon could peel the bones off of someone's flesh. A bazooka firing fruit would still potentially kill somebody. You know, it's a gray area, we'll say. It's a gray area. And I think Pinstripe's gun just passes that. But I think that if they were to do, would have to do skins, if they would have to do skins, they would have to be careful with the skins, because the skins could knock at the T. Yeah, bombs. Yeah, bombs are explosives. They're weapons, right? TNT crates, they're weapons. You know, if they were to do skins for Pinstripe's weapon, they would have to be careful, because they can't tick into the looking mature. Then they might get hit with the T rating, or they might get hit with a warning. Okay, so we did Colossus, and we did Idle Springs. Okay. So what I'm going to quickly do is, it is an hour and a half in. I do have to go to the bathroom real quick, so just give me a second. I don't know why my mouse thing keeps taking over. Give me a second here. One second. Just looking at Twitter and just figuring out what's going on over there. Okay, I will be right. Yep, FTC's appeal got denied. They got dunked on. It is over. It's over. The frog is starting to scare you. Oh, I'm sorry, Big Grady. Here. There we go. Frog will no longer scare you. Alright, I will be right back. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Ugh. Ah. Hey, we got a couple donations. Aaron Jordan donated £1 through Super Chat. Thank you so much. Ori donated around $5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, guys. Fun fact, a few months delay is what triggered me to pre-order Spyro Reignited, mainly because it was the opposite approach to Enter the Dragonfly. Yes, indeed. I felt that delay was needed, and I was happy. I still hope that we can... I still think that it could have used a bit of a longer delay, more specifically for Spyro 3, but overall, I still absolutely love and adore this game. If you want to help out with the channel, you want to help out keep the lights on and help me be able to keep doing this full time, you can donate through Super Chat. But if you donate through Streamlabs in the link below, it allows me to be able to receive the support sooner. It allows me to receive the support sooner, and it allows me to be able to reinvest right back into the channel as quick as possible. A fly bouncing off my head. And I do appreciate the support in any way, because I know some people ask why I keep Super Chats and Streamlabs open. It's because it seems like Super Chat can be accepted by literally anything and everything on the map. Meanwhile, Streamlabs is a little bit finicky sometimes. So I have both open, just in case, for everyone. So, again, thank you so much for the support, everyone. Thank you so much for helping out. I deeply appreciate it, and I deeply appreciate all of you. Thank you. All right. Over here, boop. Over here, and boop. And head over here. All right. Sunny Beach. Hurricos. Sunny Beach. Hurricos. Sunny Beach. Hurricos. Hang on. Let's do something. Do I have anything nearby? Any coins nearby? I don't. Alright. We'll just do Hurricos then. Two votes for Hurricos? Let's go. Now there's 2 and 2. Why? I was going to flip a coin, but I currently don't have a coin. I don't know why it does that. Alright, here we go. Whoa! Owen Moore just donated $50 through Super Chat. Yo!
We've always...
Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! That is incredible! Hey CG, any leaks for your favorite Rockets Boy engine moveset for later this summer? Thanks again for all the awesome content and that you bring to us, man. Thank you for your support. Your support is making me feel like this rat right now, just discombobulated and confused. But I am happy, and that's what's important. Thank you as well, Reverend Star, for the $3 super chat. Hi, CG, can you show us all your platinums? So I am playing on PC right now, so I can't show you all my platinums, but I definitely will try next time I'm on when I'm playing. So to answer your question, Owen Moore, I do know Engine's moveset. I do. I'm trying to figure out how I can say it, because I know some people don't want to be spoiled. I know some people don't want to know, but I also know that some people do. So I'll say this. If you sit down and you analyze the footage, you will find, of what we have so far, is that yes, Engine has a jetpack, and yes, he can use that to get himself around the map and be able to be extremely aerial, have extreme aerial mobility. He also has a move called Blast Off, which is he will launch in the air. He will launch in the air, and when he flies up, he pops up and it blasts everyone away. It blasts everyone away. That is just from looking at the gameplay of what's out there for Engine at the moment. If you were to dig deeper and you were to look at the game guide in Rumble, you would find that he also has a boombox, to which when he summons it, it bounces up and down. And while it bounces up and down, it knocks back everybody around it. Now, because you donated $50 and Owen is such an awesome supporter of the channel, always has been an awesome supporter of the channel, and has been such an awesome dude always, I will say the last ability that I don't think has been teased yet, or if you dig through the stuff you can find it, but I will make it as clear as possible to you. One of the moves that Engine will be coming with is he will be throwing 3 homing, I believe it's like ninja stars, maybe not ninja stars, but 3 homing either missiles or 3 homing, just picture homing missiles or homing something. He throws it out, and 3 of them go and they home onto enemies. They lock on and they hit them. How much damage does it deal? I have no idea. Does it knock people back? I have no idea. I have no clue about those details, and I don't know the nitty-gritty, but the basic concept is that you're going to be playing a aerial mobile hero that'll be able to blast off and knock people around objectives, and have, like I said, it's not like ninja stars. It's just the best quick way to describe it visually. Imagine mechanical hovering ninja stars in a sense, right? And they home on and they lock and they hit people. That is what I know. If there is more, there might be more. But as far as I'm aware, that is basically the Engine moveset that I'm aware of. There could be a mechanic or 2 or in there that I am missing. And in all reality, I've only revealed 1 move. All the other stuff can be found. Faith donated $2 with a super sticker. Hey you, Faith, how you doing? Thank you so much for donating to the channel. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Yeah, I have to kill all 10 of these guys, and unfortunately, I hate these. I hate these guys. These guys drive me nuts. Can I just wait? Can I just kill them and then just run back, or do I have to place? If I got my own character, well, I wouldn't be a character myself. A Canadian guy wouldn't be a character. But what would be cool is for move sets, I've always liked characters that have very clear strengths and very clear weaknesses. And that's one of the things that I really, really, really enjoy about certain characters, is that certain characters, there's no gray area. There's okay, between this time and this time, you do not want to fight them. Between this time and this time, this is the time to fight them. And I like it because it's clear for me what the weaknesses of that character are and the strengths, so that I know right at the perfect opportune time to attack or to back off. So that's that's my favorite character design. I like clear strengths and weaknesses. Like, hey, this character is strong doing this. This character is not strong doing that. So the character that I would probably make would be a cross between a blocker and a booster. And somebody that collects lots of relics, but also fights and defends gem pads very, like, with all their might. Because that is my playstyle. My playstyle is to activate relics and activate gem pads. I am a gem pad fighter. I am a big gem pad fighter. I love defending gem pads. I love throwing people off of gem pads. I've always been under the impression that gem pads are reasons why you win games. If you are able to lock down 2 or 3 gem pads consistently over your enemies, I find that you are more likely going to be winning the game overall, because now what you're doing is that when you lock down a gem pad, you are helping every single turn in that somebody has, right? You are essentially literally handing off and adding to their Wumpa total, right? So this character would get the double relic bonus. This character would be able to jump from gem platform to gem platform and be able to stop people from turning in, or stop people from activating the gem platform. So that would mean that this character would have to be able to summon something alive to be able to, like the Venus flytrap, to be able to land onto the gem pad and be able to lock it down. Because funny enough, though, the only characters that have something that can activate, like, is Embryo. Embryo has the gelatinous puppets that can take over gem pads. And I feel that this character would have to be able to throw out throw out something to be able to take over the gem pads for them, or take over multiple gem pads for them. So I'm trying to think of a character that would fit that, like, you know, if there's any existing Crash character that would fit that. Cross between a booster and a blocker. Fights on gem pads. And can defend the bank, but also summons something. Let me look up, like, just a, hold on a second. Is there any character that kind of fits the bill on that? So you could go Papu Papu and he summons one of his tribesmen to help. But he wouldn't really fit as a booster. He'd be more of a pure blocker. Another thing that you could do, and this would be complicated, but I think that you could do a very, very, very complex character of the Komodo brothers. What I think would be cool, is that for the Komodo brothers, you can switch between the Komodo brothers are one character, and you can swap between the 2 characters. One would be more akin for blocking, one would be akin to more for boosting. Joe would probably be the melee, because he spins, right? Because he's the one that gets... Mo's the one that throws, and Joe's the one that spins, right? Joe is the one that gets spun around, and Joe is the one who throws the knives. So what would be cool is that if they both had the same basic attack, and this is going to sound really funny. Is anyone familiar with a character named Zed from League of Legends? Anyone familiar with that character? So Zed has this ability where he can throw shadows of himself, and those shadows mimic his moves. Hi, AliXD. And those shadows can mimic his moves. So if Zed does a spin, the shadow does a spin. But the shadow doesn't... So the shadow mimics all of Zed's attacks, but the shadow doesn't move. Once the shadow gets placed in one spot, it can't move. But if Zed attacks, it attacks. So what would be interesting is a button to be able to switch between Komodo Joe and Komodo Mo, but then also there's an ability where you can send a version out of Komodo Joe to a location, and they would stand there on point, and they would mimic the same moves that you do. So if you do a basic attack, they also do a basic attack. So the moves would be the basic attack, so with the knives, 1, 2, 3, both of them can do that. R2 would switch between the characters. B would throw the shadow out, or the other version out. So if you're playing as Joe, Mo comes out. If you're playing as Mo, Joe comes out. And you can have some fun interactions in that way. So like that would be an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, almost a cross between like Ice Climbers and Zed from League of Legends. And then you would have Joe, his special attack specific to him would be his spin. So he would spin and knock people back. And then Mo's would be throwing the daggers. So if you are on Mo and he starts throwing, and then you click the one ability, he throws daggers. If you're on Joe and you push that same ability, he spins around and deals damage to those around him. And when he sends them out to hold position, depending on who you send out, they would be doing the opposite attack. So this would be definitely a mechanically complicated character. This would not be you can play them easily, just like, switch to Joe, and okay, I'm now going to spin around, and then okay, now I want some range, I'm going to switch over to Mo, and then I'm going to, attack that way. But then the advanced players can mechanically get to the point where it's like, okay, you can swap places with Joe or Mo, but it also gives a brief frame of invulnerability, so you can like attack and someone goes to hit you, you can quickly switch, and as they're switching, they can miss an attack. Yeah. And it would be like the Shadow Step type of character. They each have low health but switching heals. You see, that I think would get broken. So if they wanted to do that, what they could do is that each has their own health bar, but their health bar is half. So you have, so let's say if Crash is 100 points of health and Cortex is 70 points of health, both Mo and Joe would both have 60 points of health. But if Joe dies, it switches over to Mo, and you have to wait for Joe to heal back up.
Spyro.
Or they share the same health bar to make it less complicated. Either or, if they wanted to make things a bit more interesting, they could do that too. But yeah, the whole concept would be... And then, of course, if the one character loses health, you can't swap to that other character, right? Because obviously they're down. You have to wait for them to heal up.
Spyro, you have...
You see, this is what I mean. It's like, throw me a napkin and a pen and I can sit down and I can draft up, you know, quick ideas for characters and stuff really fast. I've played enough of these style of games where there's, you know, I've seen different champion concepts and stuff. Ooh, I messed that up a bit. If Koala Kong was a character, which I don't think would work, but if Koala Kong was a character, he would be very much a slow, but he would be a slow ground down smashing blocker. So you know how Crash has a belly flop, right? Crash has a belly flop. That smushes. Coco has a belly flop. That smushes. But no other ability at the moment. I'm trying to think. There might be another ability in there somewhere where it squashes. Koala Kong would be focused on artillery, right? He would be slow, but it would be... He wouldn't be as tanky as Dingo. And... no. I don't think Koala Kong suffers the same issues that Ridley does, though. Ridley... The problem with Ridley is that you could sit down... And the problem was Ridley was massive, right? But Ridley still looked like Ridley when, you know, toned down. The problem with Koala Kong is that his upper half is so oblong and abnormal that his hitbox... I forgot there's a sparkle tornado right there. His hitbox is so oblong and so awkward and weird that in order for him to kind of work, you have to down-res his hitbox to a certain size, and it would be a little bit awkward. Is it possible? I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't think that they're going to be able to use the insane Koala Kong. I think they're going to have to use a different variation, a Toys for Bob spin on Koala Kong, right? It's a joke. Oh yeah, I know it's a joke. But no, so you're not. But there are people that have legitimately brought up that point about Ridley. You know, you're not the first person. There's been a number of people that have told me about, you know, Ridley. They said the same thing about Ridley. It's like, not what I mean. It's not necessarily Koala Kong's size. It's more of his proportions. Very weirdly proportioned. The Draco Man Gamer has been a member for 11 months. Thank you. So has it really been 11 months? Good gravy. It's been 11 months. Good evening, CG. If Crunch gets announced for CG Rumble, what class do you think he'd be? I think that he would have to be a blocker. I don't see him being any other way, but also we don't have a Bandicoot blocker yet. I think it would be super cool to have a Bandicoot blocker. I think that would be super interesting. I think that we need a... His hitbox would be so janky. See, and that's what I mean, is that his hitbox would be so weird. Because he's got spaghetti noodle legs and, you know, walking, talking, you know, pop machine with legs on the top end, right? Imagine, like, you know, a Coke machine with spaghetti legs, right? Like, that's essentially Koala Kong. So that hitbox is going to be weird. Emerald Queen has been a $2 member for a year. Has it really been a year? Has it really been a year? My gosh, is time ever flying? Time is just
Thank you, Spyro.
It's crazy. I believe we got everything, right? Yes. All right. Return home. Time flies. Yes, it does. Entropy says that. Time flies! His voice in racing was so goofy. Time flies. I did hear news about that strike going on in Hollywood. So there was the Writers Guild, and now SAG-AFTRA is... Xbox is really close to owning Crash. Does this mean Banjo-Kazooie's confirmed for Rumble? You know, H. Johnson... It was addressed at one point. It is possible.
Hi, Spot.
And I'm not saying that to be facetious. Because, and I'm not saying that to be like, please put Banjo in Rumble. He would fit so well. No. Toys for Bob literally did a Q&A, and someone asked them about that, and they said, yeah, you know what? We'd be down for that. What do you think, Phil? Hey, Trev, how's it going? Banjo. Banjo-Kazooie can enter Smash. Anything is possible. That is correct. I am currently trying to get away from my responsibility of these children that I never accepted for. Come on. There's a way to do it. There's a way so that I don't have to accept the responsibility of these Franklin children. I want to escape my responsibility of said children. I already have 3 children of my own. I don't need another 3. Please. I already have 3 children. I don't need 3 turtle children. Come on. No, come on. Come on. Time to reset. Time to reset what? What do you mean? I don't. I have been given the responsibility of children that are not mine. I reset the level? No, I don't want to reset the level. Hold on. Come on, there's a way to do it. I've done it before. Come on, there's a way to do it. Come on. Come on. Come on, there's a way to do it. I don't want these turtle children! Fine. Fine. Fine, I guess I get... Yeah, there you go. Watch, I'm gonna be able to do it now. Like, I'll be able to get over. Yeah. One eternity data. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do that. Swim this way. The problem is if you charge jump off the turtle, it hits him. It hits his hitbox, and you can't charge jump off of him. Right, so like if I try to do the... See? If I try to do the... If I try to do a charge jump off of him, see? It just hits him. Whee! Bonk. Hit him. Ow. No, there's a way you can do it. I've done it before in Reignited. Actually, if I remember correctly, you can only do it in Reignited. If my memory is correct, it might not be. I did not accept the responsibility of these Franklin children. Hey, it's Franklin. Go. All right. Now I can typically do the cheese on this one. It actually took me a little bit to get back into the controls of Spyro because I've been playing Rumble so much, to be honest. I believe it's that one that we land on. This one. There we go. Steal a quote from Katie. First try. Got it. Ow. No realm saving is worth this responsibility. Spyro, I need you to take my children. But I'm not responsible for this. Hey, Venomous, how's it going? You think Sony would ever want to buy Crash and Spyro? No, and especially after the stink that they just made. I'll be shocked if Xbox gives them any more than anything extra than what happened, unless what's his face, Jim Ryan steps down. Because my gosh, Jim Ryan has really shown himself to be a gigantic wiener. Just a stupid, like, man, what an absolute joke. I could not believe how much of a temper tantrum that man gave. I was shocked. I could not believe how much of an absolute meltdown that this man did over what was going on with the FTC and stuff. I am actually blown away. Like, I didn't think that I didn't think a man could sob so hard and get angry and have a tantrum like that. Like, goodness gravy. Weenie Hut Jr., exactly. Like, I could not believe that. And I also couldn't believe that when they did the last PlayStation, like, State of Play or whatever, a lot of those games were games that were also coming to Xbox, and the rumor was that they wanted to they've been holding off on doing any showcases because they didn't want to appear to the FTC or to the courts that they had games that were coming, and they wanted to show how small their library was and how small and pitiful and weak they were. And I'm just like, oh, would you stop it? And then he's like, also, here is a useless PlayStation 5 tool where it's quite literally two sides of a PlayStation 5 controller literally cut in half and put on a screen. By the way, it only works with cloud. Or not even cloud, it only works on Wi-Fi, and you have to be in the same, like, house to be able to play on it. And I'm like, what? And then they were like, yeah, it's going to be like $300. I'm like, so in order to play that mobile, it's the amount of a Nintendo Switch. Jim Ryan, more like Jim crying. That is actually hilarious, Trev. I never would have thought.
Most impressive. Please take this sacred thingamajig as a token of our everlasting gratitude.
That is hilarious, Trev. More like Jim crying. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's really good. That is funny. I'm jealous I didn't come up with that. That is funny. More like Jim crying. That is hilarious. But, like, come on. Like, what an absolute, like, man, the guy threw such a fit, and the arguments that they were throwing out about, you know, Xbox not allowed to touch Call of Duty and stuff, I was just like, wow. It's bad for business because we use the revenue from Call of Duty to fund our own games. Why are you using a third party as a large source of your funding for your first party games? We call that stupid, because what happens is that third party decides not to do a Call of Duty, or decides not to do well, or decides not to do something, or if they fail, there's a source of income of yours that's outside of your control that's being relinquished. So it's like, yeah, that was all that crying for God. I know. Aaron, Jordan, and Venice, we got two $5 donations back to back. A little, seems like a small little $5 donation train. Thank you so much there. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much to, thank you so much, Aaron, Jordan, and Venomous. Both your comments back to back. Could this Activision acquisition also see Jim Ryan gone from PlayStation? Maybe dormant franchise might come back with, work, with him gone. Jim Ryan is getting old. I mean, have you seen the guy? The guy is definitely older. I will say that. The guy is definitely older. So could this have pushed up his retirement a couple of years? Maybe. Will this be the exclusive reason as to why will this be the exclusive reason as to why he steps down? I don't think so, and the reason being is because of the fact that under him right now, games have been selling really well. Ragnarok has been selling really well. Horizon, but most importantly, the console war or the console sales. They have been absolutely crushing it. They have been absolutely crushing the console sales. So, I don't think Jim Ryan's going to be going anywhere relatively soon. I don't think. I mean, I would like to be wrong. I would love for Sean Layden to come back. I'd be like, Sean! Bubby! Come back! Sean! I miss you, Sean! Oh, come on. I can do this. I'd be like, Sean! My buddy! My pal! Please come back! Almost did it. Sean is the GOAT. Sean is the GOAT, man. Like, Sean was just like, alright, you want fun? We're gonna give you fun. Here's fun. Now, this is how you spend a Friday night, right? Come on, we can do it! Do you think they already want to make an enhanced version of... Oh, no! No, they didn't! Hold on, I forgot Venomous donation. Donation also donated $5. Venomous also donated $5. Crash made more sales than Spyro in recent time. Not saying it would happen, but if anything, Spyro would be more likely for sale one day more. So, here's the funny thing about Spyro, is that in terms of like the original game, Spyro sold better in North America than Crash did, which is a weird thought. But Spyro actually sold better in North America than Crash did. The problem was Spyro didn't do so hot elsewhere, and especially not in Japan. No, I don't want if I get another port of The Last of Us, I swear. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah. See you there, Conky.
No turtle, friend.
Hold on. I have to. Hold on a second. Let me. Hold on. Let me look this up. Please don't tell me that they said that. Hold on. Enhanced versions of The Last of Us 2. I'm going to hit enter on this Google search, okay? And what it's going to do, and what Google is going to do, it's going to laugh and say that they wouldn't ever do that, okay? If it's anything else, I'm going to cry. An enhanced version of The Last of Us 2 is in the works. According to Spanish website Vandals, sent to Notala, then revealed that a new version of the game is in the works in which players will be able to make human play certain tracks before writing that it wasn't allowed to reveal anymore. This is fine. This is fine. I'm fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Listen. Listen. Especially the first game. I love The Last of Us. Okay, the first game was really good. But and the DLC for the first game was really good. There's a lot of comments about 2. So we're gonna stay away from 2. Okay? We're gonna stay away from the opinions on 2. But they just released an enhanced version of
saved a few turtles.
1. They just did. Just did. Okay? Last was part 2. A technical marvel. Technical marvel. Even if you don't... Can we, like... Okay. The game is... The game is 3 years old. The game is 3 years old. Why are we doing another version? Why? Why can't this just be a PS5 update? Not defending Jim Ryan, but I will say his comment about old games was kind of taken out of context, I heard from people. What was the... Okay, I'm just wondering what the context was. That's what I'm wondering. Can't tell if that's my computer or if that's the fridge, my little mini fridge. Come on. Out you go. Out you go. Thank you so much for the $5. I would like to know what the context was. There we go.
Rats, you saved every...
Oh, thank you guys for the $5. Listen, okay? How did Reignited do in Japan? I keep hearing that it did better than both the original release and Crash Insane. Okay, I heard the first thing. I did hear that it did better than the first release, which is pretty much a really low bar to clear. I mean, the game coming out, just releasing, already came out in a better state than the Japanese version did. So that's not a hard bar to clear.
Hello.
But I did not hear that. I did not hear whether or not 4 or Spyro Reignited did better in Japan than Insane. That I don't know. I did not hear that personally. That would be cool if that was true. But I am not sure. Oh, here, let me look up what Jim Ryan said about the old games thing. Let's see if it was taken out of context. PlayStation's Jim Ryan has expressed regret over a dismissive quote he made about older PlayStation games in 2017. In an interview with Time, Ryan discussed seeing versions of Gran Turismo running side by side on PlayStation 4, PS3, PS2, and PS1. Quote, the PS1 and PS2 games, they looked ancient. Like, why would anybody play this, he said at the time. Speaking in the latest Axios Gaming newsletter, the PlayStation boss claimed that he has not made his point well, which was to emphasize how far the racing series had come since its early days. The point I was trying to make, obviously not very well, was just how great the PS4 version looked and how far the series had evolved. I certainly wasn't trying to be disrespectful to our heritage, he told Stephen Totullo. I guess my big learning from this is that when Kanazuri Yamauchi unveils the next Gran Turismo side-by-side with its history, that I will keep my mouth shut. Sony's been criticized in the recent past for not actively supporting its back catalog of games. The PlayStation 5 only supports PS4 games natively, with select PS3 and PS2 titles only running via its streaming service on PS Now. So, yeah. I'm still suspicious on that, because if you sit down and take a look at all of their recent here's a question. What game remake that has recently come out that was under the tutelage and under the advise of Jim Ryan that wasn't a remake of a game that was like relatively recent? Hey, Canadian Guy, you are a very good YouTuber. Thank you for all the news, Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Say, Spyro, you see this wall here? I bet
Hey, stop, drop, and roll. That's not what's gonna happen. So, you can stop with the unnecessary panic for no reason, because that idea has been debunked a number of times. And here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to debunk it yet again. Here we go. Let me just pull up one article, just one itsy bitsy article, because I literally talked about this. Multiple times before, and people just still want to use it as a big bonking thing against Xbox constantly. And then when I bring this up, they're like, so here we go. Let's put our reading glasses on that I already have on and take a look, shall we? Ahem. Phil Spencer says the new Banjo-Kazooie or Conker is up to Rare. They do like building new things, but also the response to Battletoads was nice. Potential revivals for classic franchises Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day are up to developer Rare, Xbox Phil Spencer has said. Banjo-Kazooie has enjoyed a resurgence in popularity in the past year following the two characters' high-profile inclusion in Nintendo Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Rare has capitalized with a new range of Banjo-Kazooie merchandise, as well as products based on its other classic Nintendo 64 platformer Conker. Asked in a new wide-ranging Kotaku interview if the two franchises could be revived on Xbox platforms, Spencer claimed the decision was left to Rare. The UK studios focused on new studio IP in recent years with Sea of Thieves and the upcoming Everwild, but it's also shown willingness to outsource classic IP via Dala Studios' Battletoads. I leave it up to studios in terms of things that they want to work on, Spencer said. I have a lot of respect for Rare and the work that they do. They do like building new things, and they've seen even success with Sea of Thieves. I think they're really excited about Everwild. But also the response to Battletoads was nice. And I think partner studio Dala did a good job with the game. And so I think it's just always a balance. My inbox is full of let every studio do intellectual property. And also, why have you brought back Crimson Skies and why haven't you brought back Crimson Skies and Blinks? Writing in a VGC column in 2019, Banjo-Kazooie character artist Steve Miles called for an HD Banjo-Kazooie remaster in vein of Activision's Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. Miles argued that following the Smash Bros. Whatever that is, a remaster project could further prove there's sufficient demand for a no-expense-spared new game in the Banjo-Kazooie series. Activision's Crash Bandicoot Insane has sold more than 10 million copies. New Banjo-Kazooie have returned in Smash Bros. Ultimate. I've been surprised by the reception, Miles wrote. Part of it is being away for so long, and part of it is returning to Nintendo console, and maybe just a small part because they are decent characters. He added, could the reaction of fans to Banjo and Kazooie and Smash persuade Microsoft to make another Banjo game? The revival of Spyro and Crash went pretty well after all. I think it's fairly safe to gauge demand for a new game would be a remaster of the original two games. Then if the interest is there, perhaps we could see Banjo return in a new no-expense spared game he and Kazooie deserve. In a separate interview, Conker's Bad Fur Day and Rusty Pop creator Chris Seaver told VGC he believed it was inevitable that Rare's classic franchises would eventually return to Nintendo platforms, etc., etc. Spencer told Kotaku that it doesn't feel sustainable to consider releasing Xbox games on a case-by-case basis for Switch, and that in order to really support it, I would want a full Xbox ecosystem somewhere, and that probably means like live and Game Pass stuff. So once again, let's roll up and let's go to the very important quote that everybody needs to remember. I, as an Phil Spencer, leave it up to the studios, let me repeat this, the studios, in terms of the things that they, as in the studios that I just referred to 4 words ago, that they want to go work on. One more time for those in the back, because apparently everyone wants to sit there and say that all Phil's going to do is bury these games. I leave it up to the studios in terms of the things that they want to go work on. Do we have an understanding of how the Xbox ecosystem works? Can I get a yes, please? Because my gosh, this is ridiculous. This constant banter, this constant use of panic, this constant example that's constantly brought up over and over and over and over again when it's been disproved a number of times. It's been disproved numerous times through numerous articles, through numerous locations. If they have an interest in the IP, it will get made. If the studio does not have an interest in the IP, it will not get made. So guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? There you go. Venomous. Well, we know half the games in development at Sony are beloved established IPs everyone knows. And love confirmed by Herman Hulst. I think Herman Hulst should maybe take the wheel. Should Herman Hulst take the wheel? By the way, I think he switched for $5. Should Herman Hulst just take the wheel? Should he just take over for Jim Ryan? Oh, gosh. The Xbox One literally kicked back the console, the Xbox, all the momentum that Xbox got in the 360 days. All of the momentum that Xbox was able to pick up in the 360 days died in the first half of Xbox One.
The funny-looking guys with the shocks.
Like, good gravy. What were they thinking? Like what an absolute misstep of epic proportions. And I don't mean like, you know, oh, it was a little bit of a mistake. No. Gosh, no. It was a misstep of like you took, okay, Xbox, the first Xbox, baby step. Okay, you're figuring out what you're doing. Okay, you got your baby step. Xbox 360, all right, you got the second step. You're doing really good. Xbox One, off a cliff into a crater. Like, like into a crater, hitting rocks all the way down. Hitting every rock on the way down. Hitting trees, rocks, animals with face first all the way down. Like, what happened? The key, it's, like, man. Like, have you ever heard a grand piano going down a set of a grand staircase? All the way down. Ironically enough, that's about the size of the original Xbox One, and that's the sound that it made. Hey, Ori donated $5 super chat. Old question, but why the heck did they name it the Xbox One? That naming makes no sense to me. Look, there is... Listen. The Xbox One set back the Xbox brand by almost a decade. I really do mean that, by almost a decade. All right. And the guy that they had running for Xbox, like, man, he was so fired it was funny. Like, he was so fired it wasn't even remotely like it wasn't even remotely funny. Like, oh, and they're like, yeah, it's bigger than the PlayStation 4, it's louder, and it runs the games worse. It runs at native 960p. 960p. What, it was like 2011, 2010? 2011? Like, we're full in at 1080p, bud. 960p. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. And then they brought Phil in, and Phil's like, what am I supposed to do with this? Phil's like, what am I supposed to do with this garbage? They handed him the grand piano that fell down the grand staircase in pieces and told him to fix it. And Phil's like, what am I supposed to do with this? So the first thing he did was made the Xbox One slim, right? And that thing was good. That was a good start. He's like, all right, let's fix this. And he's like, all right, new console, it's the slim version. Shut up about the old version. The old version never existed. This new version does. It runs at 1080p. Please, gosh. Please. And then he started the Game Pass movement. Because he recognized, hi, you know what's the future of games? More games! Why don't we build a massive library of games so that the gamers can play games whenever they want, instead of television? And not to mention, how many people are just cutting the cable? Honestly, be honest with me here. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Ready? Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. You ready? You ready? Show of hands or emotes. Whatever emote you choose. Don't spam them, but a couple emotes are fine. One emote or a couple. How many people still have cable? More like no. Let me rephrase that. How many people don't have cable? How many people... How many people cut their cable? They don't have cable. They don't have cable. They just have streaming now. No cable. Okay? I'll raise my hand. I don't got cable. Don't got cable. Strictly streaming. I don't have cable anymore. Yep. Don't have cable. Don't have cable. How it gets used. Don't have cable. The majority of people here, getting rid of mine soon. Both. Oof. Got digital. Right? You're noticing a majority of people don't have cable. I'm sorry, Charlesy. Charlie donated $1. Yeah, the Xbox One was just an oversized DVD player. Oof. But the Xbox One X, on the other hand, just showed that what Microsoft is capable of doing. Yes. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, I have my One X over here. The One X was what Xbox should have launched. Thank you again, Charlie, for the $1. And I'm sorry that I missed out. I was in a big rant. Okay. Now, here's another show. Here's another show of hands for those that said that they still do have cable. What do you use more? Do you use cable more, or do you use streaming more?
Hi, Spyro. You must be tougher than you look to get here.
Are you streaming?
You won't be able
And
to
yes,
get
streaming
past
more.
the
Yeah.
mental
Again,
A pleasure doing
even
business with you,
those...
Spyro. This submarine is...
And you see, that's the thing. More people are going to streaming. So, Buddy, who thought that, yeah, you just want to put your TV cable into your gaming console. He's like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. No, you don't! Because everything's gone to streaming now, basically. You can't hook up a cable connection to the back of your console. Jeez. The Xbox One S was the console that should have launched, and it's what Phil Spencer was like. Oh gosh! So he came out with the One S. He was like, "Okay, everybody, here's the One S. Here's the console we should have launched." Goodness me, oh my. So yeah, I do have a lot of respect for Phil Spencer. Do I agree with all of his decisions? No. But do I respect him? Yeah, because the Xbox One set Xbox back by almost a decade. Because even Phil said himself, and you can look this up, Phil said that they lost the generation that they needed to win, which was the PS4 and Xbox One. Because PS4 didn't just win that generation. PS4 dominated. And when I mean dominated, it wasn't even like a competition. It was pathetic to watch. It was pathetic to watch the sales numbers of PS4s absolutely curb stomp Xbox One. And then it finally started to catch up, but it never even came remotely close. It didn't even come remotely close to the PS4. So, Phil Spencer recognized that early. He says because there was a bunch of games that went digital, and there's all these games that people can play over for PS4 that are transferred over to accounts. Okay, so stop, drop, and roll. I see your concern, so let me explain this to you. It doesn't make sense for them to make those games exclusive to Xbox. As a PlayStation user, as someone who grew up with PlayStation, heck, my favorite games are Crash and Spyro. If those are my favorite games, you could already by default call me a Sony pony fanboy. Just by hearing what some of my favorite games are. Okay? No, stop, drop, and roll. That's not how that works. That is not how that works. That is not how that works. You have to realize something. It's not pure profit. Okay, okay. Do we need a math lesson? Do we need to do a math? Let's do a math lesson. Let's do a math lesson, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully I don't have any of my, don't look at that because that's for a meme for a new video. Hold on. Let's do a quick math lesson. Here we go. Here we go. Why is this being stupid? Whatever. Okay. Time for math. Time to do math. Okie dokie. So you have your, and I quote, you have your $60 game. Okay. That video game costs $60, right? Right? Okay. $60. What goes into the $60 game? Well, first off, in terms of physical, there is a minus $15. Who does, not 14, 15. Minus $15. Who does that go to? That goes to the retailer. Okay? That goes to the retailer. Okay? So, that brings us to $45. Okay. So, it is $45 now. Okay. But there's more people that need to get paid. There's advertising, there's this, there's that, there's all of these things that need to get paid. By the time that you have all of those fees paid, okay, you are now left with $27 net profit. I know, right? It was thank you so much for the $5, LeGrady. It's odd the title stream was chill, and by comeback to be screaming his head off about the Xbox One. I know. Okay, this is net profit, but there's something else from this $45. Okay, it goes to the console maker. So if I buy Crashes of Bandicoots on the PlayStation, PlayStation receives a $7 cut. It goes to the platform, okay? So, this goes to the platform. This goes to the platform, either Xbox or PlayStation, whatever. This goes to the publisher. Fly. Okay? There's a big fly in my room and it's driving me nuts. Okay. So, this goes to Xbox and PlayStation. And this goes to the publisher. So at the moment, if I'm Activision, before the merger happens, okay? If you buy a copy of Crash Bandicoot on PlayStation, $7 goes to PlayStation and $27 goes to Activision. But what happens when you have that merge? Well, I'll show you what happens when you have that merge. It becomes, these two come together because the publisher and the platform are the same, which now means you go 27 plus 7, right? $34. So what happens now? You know what? Hold on. Let's just add there. $34. Which now means, so what this means is this $34 goes to first party, as in Horizon Zero Dawn. PlayStation gets $34. God of War. PlayStation gets $34. Halo. Xbox gets $34. Right? That's why they want to be able to have first-party games, because first-party games nets you both of these. Now, here's the thing. Why would you make Call of Duty exclusive when you have less of a player base? Because here's the thing. If someone buys Call of Duty on PlayStation, Microsoft gets $27. If they buy on Xbox, they get $34. Why would they want to cut out that $27? Because if you don't know, I will pull this up. Look at this. You ready for this? You ready for this? You might be like, well, CGE. It's, well, CGE. I'm going to be smarter than you. Charles, I'll get to you in 1 second. I'll get to your donation. Well, CGE. I'm smarter than you. It's so that they can sell more consoles. Duh! They're going to sell more consoles, and a console is really expensive, and they make so much money off of that. No, they don't. They lose money. When you buy a console, they're losing money. It costs more to make the console than it is for them to sell it to you. They recoup the money on the games that they sell, because they are losing money when they sell you an Xbox. The only time that they start to make that money back is when the components and everything goes down in price. Then they might start netting $50 there, $20 there, $100 there. But they are losing money to get the games into your home so that, okay, they make some of that money back. Hey, you bought an extra controller. Okay, boom, we got some money back. Hey, you bought 2 games. Boom, now we're making money. Hey, you spend $10 on Game Pass. Boom, we got 2 things. And you start building money by getting the platform into the house. Okay? Now, Call of Duty is massive. Call of Duty is gigantic. Call of Duty is gargantuan. All right? Call of Duty is massive. Okay? If you, and they did the math, luckily I don't have to do this math. Do you know how much of the PlayStation player base would have to go over to become exclusively Xbox in order for them to break even and start to earn an income? 20%! 20%! 20% of all PlayStation player base. 20%! Do you know how many people that is? Hang on. As of March 2023, the network, that's not including offline, that's not including, it's on the network, exclusively on the network, 108 million people. That would mean that they would have to ship and sell over 20 million people and 20 million consoles to shift over to Xbox exclusively, not additionally, not having both, because I have both. I'm the nerd that has both. 20 million that go from exclusively PlayStation going over to Xbox. Over 20 million people for them to break even, for them to start making money. For them to start making money. And do you know how much the actual amount, the actual number that Xbox has found if they were to buy Activision, that people would go exclusively from PlayStation to Microsoft? Their number, which actually was backed by actual analytical science, 3%. 3%. They think that there will be 3 million people that will shift over from worldwide. 3 million people. 3. We'll round up. Well, let's round up 5. 5 million people. And that's backed. And for them to be able to actually start making money, it would have to be more than 20 million. So, rewind back. Why, oh why, would you turn around and be like, hey, let's just not have that and just have that, when you can have both? You can have both. Hey, you buy it on PlayStation, we make $27. You buy it on Xbox, we make $34. It's a win-win. Why would you make it exclusive? Why would you make it exclusive? It doesn't make sense. Because you lose money when you buy on Xbox. When you buy on Xbox, they lose money. So, why would I turn around and say no to the $27? Why? Why? Take it. Take it. They just spent $70 billion. I don't think people realize how how many copies, just hard copies, they would have to sell to be able to recoup that. Can I even do it on a basic calculator? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta figure out, okay, 7 million. I'm gonna give you an idea how big of a number 70 billion is. That's not big enough. 700 million? Nope. 7 billion? Nope. Okay, divide it by 27. What number even is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 1 million. 2.5 billion copies. 2.5 billion copies to make up, just to recoup the cost. Actually, let's round it up to 2.6. 2.6 billion copies to recoup the costs. So if you need to make up 2.6 billion copies of a game, the last thing that you want to start doing is chopping people out from having access to purchase your game, and then having to purchase another item that would cost you even more money to be able to recoup the costs. I'm so mad at how many people sit there and be like, actually, they're going to do this. Say goodbye to Crash Bandicoot. Ah! Do you know how to math? Do you know the math man? The math man? The math man! Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm getting a headache. Oh, ulcers. I feel them. This isn't just targeted at you. This is targeted at everybody. Everybody. This is targeted at everybody. I am spraying this. I am spraying this to everyone. Everyone! Now I get to read Charles's donation from 10 minutes ago. There seems to be an elephant in the room. We're all having a massive argument over PS versus Billy Microsoft, yet we're forgetting about the top 5 selling consoles. 3 are from Nintendo. Yes, you are correct. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the around $5, Ori. Give that listen to Nomura, please. He really messed up the plot platform exclusivity in Kingdom Hearts games. Calm. Okay. Let's get back to playing the game. I do it. Made me go and even open Photoshop too. Gosh. I had to open Photoshop. Okay. With that said, I hope I didn't wake up my children. I'm letting it all out because, man, I've been reading some comments on Twitter, and but boy oh boy, boy howdy, have I had a time. So, fine. Fine, if... Oh, this rant won't go viral. This rant won't go viral. It won't. Don't math and stream. No, it's a numbers game. That's what it is. And now, you know, I've heard people make the argument of, okay, then what's the point of exclusives? The point of exclusives is to sell consoles, but there's a point where it gets too big. The game is already established on too many people's consoles at too many places, and you're not going to switch over all the people. They just won't buy the game anymore, right? For example, Halo has always been exclusive to Xbox. It's always been exclusive to the Xbox audience since day one, right? God of War, exclusive to the PlayStation audience since day one. That is typical, and that is normal, and that is some incentives to be able to go and buy those consoles. But when that console is already established in everybody's home, and you're handing over $70 billion, I don't think people quite quantify the amount of money that $70 billion costs you. How much that is. That is an egregious amount of money. That's more money than what some countries have. Right? That is egregious. That is massive. Now, is it possible that Toys for Bob could turn around and be like, you know what, I want to team up with Beanox and make the ultimate platforming game, but make it a new IP, a new franchise, something completely new from the minds of Toys for Bob and Beanox. I want to make something completely new. Okay, sure, you can do that. That might be exclusive to Xbox. In fact, I would argue... CG Will says hi. Hi, Will!
Water workers have kidnapped...
I apologize to Kia for my rant.
If you can make...
But yeah, what was I saying? Right? So, the problem... So, when that happens, if Toys for Bob and Beanox turn around and say, hey, we're going to make a completely brand new... It's going to be, Willy the Weasel. I don't know. You know, Willy the Weasel. They make a new IP, new platformer, the ultimate version of Crash and Spyro combined, Willy the Weasel. Whatever. Okay. That will probably... that will probably be exclusive to Xbox, and so it should, because Xbox is funding the development of a brand new IP, and developing the funding of a brand new IP takes further development and further money and further cash handed out by Xbox, and they're going to want to be able to have some carrot for people to come and try out Xbox and or Game Pass. And sure, cool, that's fine, I understand, but they're not going to take something that's already firmly established, not just like a game that came out on one console once and then the next game came out and it wasn't on that console. They are taking franchises that are established and ingrained in people's programs and systems and stuff, and they are if they turn around and say it's going to be Xbox exclusive, that's not a good idea. Could there be benefits to buying it on Xbox over PlayStation? Yes. Is it possible that you may not have to pay for it and you just have to buy Game Pass and then you get the game already? Yes. Is it possible that you do all these things and it entices you to go and try it? Yes. That is all possible. But in terms of making the games completely and totally exclusive to Microsoft, that already has a firm establishment in other platforms would be such a stupid business decision. And I don't think a company that makes $70 billion is going to make a stupid business decision like that. Ori donated around $10. Thanks for reminding me why I'm just a Sony gamer rather than a Sony pony. I don't mind Sony games like Spider-Man having PC ports, and the cries for it are embarrassing. It is embarrassing. It is. Because at the end of the day, it just funds more games, right? If you release a PC port and it does well, it just means that you're able to get another... It's more likely you're going to get another Spider-Man. Right? We need corporations so big that Tencent can't buy and can rival them. I think Tencent is going to continue keep getting bigger and bigger since they buy lots of companies like the majority of shares within companies. Tencent is a different animal to be to tame and deal with. And unfortunately, yeah, I am happy that Activision was not bought by Tencent. I would be panicking, right? Tencent doesn't do anything creatively for their studios or well-being. It is just a gigantic tech monster that just is all-consuming and just keeps consuming and consuming and consuming and consuming constantly. And it's absolutely I am very happy that Tencent did not buy it. Tencent and Xbox are two very different animals and two very different beasts to deal with, right? If Tencent was trying to buy them, I would be so against this deal, it wouldn't even be funny, all right? And people are like, well, why are you supporting a mega corporation? Do I like corporations buying other corporations like this, like Microsoft doing that? Do I like that? No, I don't. I don't like that. I'm not the biggest fan of it. But looking at what the comparisons are between better work environment, better funding, and more openness and creativity for the developers, that is what I'm looking for. And that's the big thing that I want to see. I want to see the developers be able to have their projects and their ideas funded, and when they need more time, they get it. And I know firsthand that that does not currently happen as often as we would like under the current regime as at Activision. And I know that it happens a lot more and a lot more often over at Microsoft and over at Xbox. And at the end of the day, that is my main concern. My main concern is the developers. My main concern is the studios. My main concern are the people that are making these games. Do you think I care about the suits? Why would I care about the suits that sit there and be like, my job is I'm going to make money. Okay, I am financial advisor. My job is for us to declare how much money we've made. Charles, could you tell me? Oh gosh. Charles, tell us how much money we made. We made $43 million. Yes, jolly good. My job is to turn and tell to everybody, we made $43 million. Here's a printout of numbers that no one cares about. Have a good day. If you need me, I'll be on my yacht. Right? Do I care about those people at Microsoft? Do I care about those people at Activision? Do I care about any of those people anywhere with these publishers? No. I don't. That's not a job. It's not a job. You're just... How much money did we make, Charles? This much. Oh, yes, we made that money. I'll meet you at the golf course and then my yacht. Oh, that's not a... What? What? Do you think I care about them? No. I care about the QA team. I care about the art team. I care about the programmers. I care about the leads. I care about the outsourced workers. I care about all of them. That's who I'm aiming for. I care about Toys for Bob. I care about Beanox. I care about Sludgehammer. I care about Raven. I care about id. Well, id, yeah, I guess it would throw underneath there, but for Bethesda, I care about all of those studios. I care about Radical. I care about those studios. And if the purchase will improve their life, improve their creativity, improve their lifestyle, and improve all of that, we will get better games. We would get better content. Would VV be out of the COD mines? They're not in the COD mines. They're at Blizzard now. Thank you so much for the £2. Tweets are fun. Oh boy. That's actually kind of great. That is funny. Just to calm Spyro Steam 2 hours later. That's actually really funny. I think this is probably one of my favorite memes now. It's just like, just a calm Spyro stream 2 hours later. That's funny. That's funny. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for that, Charles. Thank you so much for both the donation and the hilarity. Thank you. That is very funny. Thank you. That's brilliant. Yeah, as Owen says, brilliant. Brilliant. Yes. I probably offended so many people with my ranting and screaming and yelling. I hope that CG is the best, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate that. When you were... Oh, yeah. The vents above my ceiling. Oh, gosh. I look at them and I get mad. I'm still reminded by that every day. The amount of money that I wasted for warming nothing. Wasting money because the people before us were so unequivocally dumb. And I was freezing my butt off and wasting money for no reason. Ugh. But yeah, the point is that I want them to be purchased by a company that knows what they're doing. Hey, Gaming Pets, how's it going? That knows what they're doing. They have it, and they turn around and they say, hey, we want the creators to be able to create what they want. And not just that, we already have evidence that Toys for Bob is interested in making more Spyro content, and more evidence that they also want to start dealing with Banjo-Kazooie stuff, right? And right now, Sony made a very, very, very grand error, and that grand error was relying on a third party so much so that when they were reported to not be able to make money off of them anymore, they literally panicked and they were like, oh my gosh, but what about over the funding for our first party titles? Right? But here's the thing though, and this is the funny thing, is that PlayStation is still going to get Call of Duty. Right? They're still, it's not like they're losing Call of Duty. They're not losing, PlayStation is not losing anything. They haven't lost it. They haven't lost Call of Duty. They're acting like they did, but they didn't. They didn't lose Call of Duty. And that's the big thing that people need to remember, is that they still have Call of Duty. It was Jim Ryan. In fact, Bobby Kotick reached out to there. It's in the court and on record that Bobby Kotick reached out to Jim Ryan and was actually willing to increase the number of years for advertising exclusivity even under Xbox. So even under Xbox, Call of Duty would still be advertised under like PlayStation banners and advertising and stuff, because they still have a contract till 2024. And Jim Ryan was just like, nah, I would rather the FTC just do their job and can the deal. I haven't laughed this much in a while, thanks to you. Hey, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to try to make people's nights better. I'm here to try to entertain. I'm here to take this amazing community that I have garnered and been, and gained, and to be able to try to make the best with what I got. And to make people laugh is probably, to hear that I make people laugh and, help their night is some of the most rewarding things that I've ever done, and I'm truly grateful for the impact that I've been able to, any sort of positive impact I've been able to have on someone's life. So, they didn't mishandle Rare. I'm aware. That rhymed. I'm aware that you probably came in late because I just had a gigantic rant about it. So I'm going to say this just very calmly. If there is any problem or any issue with Rare not making Banjo-Kazooie, okay, with Rare not making a Banjo game, it's because Rare doesn't want to make a Banjo game. That's on record, and Phil Spencer allows the studios to decide what games are worked on. I have the article that pulls that direct quote that I literally just went on a screaming rampage about. So I'm going to stay nice and quiet and calm, cool, and collective, because I don't want to lose my marbles again, okay? Otherwise, everyone's going to have to, my viewer base is going to have to go and, my viewer base is actually going to have to go and find my marbles like they had to find Ripperoo's marbles in Crash Team Rumble. What was last? So they're currently working on Everwild. That game seems to be in development limbo. Which I am going to say one thing about Xbox that they need to stop. Okay, we need to stop with the announcement of games and then literally not hearing nothing about them for 2 years, and then getting a CGI trailer, and then hearing nothing for another year, and then finally seeing gameplay, and then getting a reveal date, and then that reveal date being pushed back twice, and then the game coming out. Can we please make sure that we stop doing that? Please? PlayStation has started to do that. Okay? PlayStation has started to do that now. Thank goodness. Because there's still a couple games. There's still a couple games, though. Like, we still haven't heard anything about Wolverine. We haven't seen anything about Wolverine. We have no idea anything about Wolverine. So PlayStation has definitely breached that rule. But at the moment, Xbox is definitely more guilty of that rule more than anything. So the Perfect Dark reboot. That's another one. Xbox, stop announcing titles, okay? Stop announcing titles when they're not even remotely ready. Please. I have to ask, do they see one piece of concept art and they're like, done, sold, make a trailer about it? Like, but it's just a concept art, sir. It's the first concept. You literally accepted this project 2 days ago. CGI trailer it and announce it to everybody. Everybody needs to know it's in development.
Well done.
Sure. Sir, we don't even have a team together. Just get it done. Get it started.
Before you get to the
What?
I thought that you might want to know how Ripto and his monsters arrived in Avalar. You see, last week in the winter tundra, the professor was working on some new super portal technology.
There, that's the last orb in place. Now let's see. All we need are some coordinates.
Yeah? How about 22475? That's my birthday.
No, Hunter, don't!
What?
Get off me, you useless buffoons!
Why can't either of you? Where are we?
No dragons.
Wonderful. I think this is my favorite cutscene in the game.
We're moving in.
Say hello to your new.
This moment specifically.
Professor, shut it down! Hurry!
Oh my, I can't see the switch. I think I've broken my glasses.
Crush, go through the portal, you idiot.
Tell your friends to take the orbs and scatter them throughout Avalar. Quickly!
Now! Go! Crush, get the orbs now! Now, you despicable little creature! I'll kill you!
This is bad news for Avalar. Hunter, why didn't you chase him?
Yeah. I, would have gone after him, but didn't he say something about not liking dragons?
Professor, could we catch a dragon to help us?
Yes, I think so. We'll need a world that has an alignment much better suited to intercepting one of these creatures. How about Glimmer?
That is literally my favorite bit is a Crush! Go through the portal, you idiot! The first time I saw that cutscene, I was laughing. Oh, I was laughing so much. It was just... It was embarrassing how much I was laughing. Like, I embarrassed myself with how much I was laughing. Just the way that line is delivered is just epic. Like, even better than the original. Like, even better than how the original line was delivered. Right? And the way that Crush is just like punching it. Crush! Go through the portal, you idiot! Huh? Oh man, I would love to see the Crash 4 level cinematic direction for Spyro 4. Oh my gosh. The way they animated Cortex through all of like Crash 4 was just perfect. Ripto and Grumble, go to the gem pads, you idiot! Oh, that would just be epic. Go to the gem pads, you idiot! Oh, you have no idea how many times I've said something along the lines of that. You just go to the champions!
You may have been able to defeat that simpleton, but Gulp will be more than a match for you.
Bring it on.
And I love Gulp's entrance here. It's like a dog. Like a boxer.
Gulp, come here now. Destroy him and make sure it's painful. What? Gulp, get me out of here. So long, dragon.
What a wuss.
The way Gulp comes through the wall is just like if a boxer dog comes through the wall. If you've never seen or handled a boxer, you wouldn't understand what I mean. But if you've ever owned or seen a boxer, you know exactly what I mean. You know to a point, to a T, that is when you call the dog a boxer's name, that dog is going to come right through the wall just like that.
That Ripto has caused enough damage. All his meddling has cost me a fortune. If it wasn't for Spyro, I'd be bankrupt. Oh, if Ripto were here, I'd give him a piece of my mind. In fact, I'd give him a lot more than that. I was a champion bantamweight boxer at university, and I still know a few moves. Take that, and that. No! Why, you...
His laugh here is perfect. Absolutely love. I love Greg Berger's performance in Reignited. I really, really do. I think that his performance in Reignited is probably better than the original. His voice in this version is fantastic. Like, absolutely adore his voice acting in this version. It's just, it's perfect. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. It is 10:30. Bathroom breaks are needed, so I'll be back. feel so tired after that rant. But it's over. It's finally over. It's finally done. It's finished. It is done. I just got another one. There's another meme that someone made. Just a chill stream. 2 hours later. Math is math. Oh, these memes are killing me. I love it. It's true though. It's true though. Math is math. CG, every time I see a kid at Pringles, I now call him Mr. CG's. That's adorable. Okay. Math is math. All right. So, for no particular data mine reasons, I'm going to go into Skelos Badlands right away. No reason. No reason why I'm going over to Skelos Badlands. Frank moment. Fun fact, those are those called bat cats or cat bats? Oh, how's the Spyro G Fuel? I have the shaker and the stuff in the box still. Yeah, they are cat bats. Okay. Do you guys want to know the data mine for some of the things for Rumble, but only the things that I found that are related to Spyro? Specifically, only related to Spyro. Okay. If you don't want to know, you should back out now. Here's your warning. All right. Give me a second to get it set up. Okay. So, I'm only going to show the items and the things that I found that have some sort of connection. I'm not going to show the moves. You guys already know the three characters that are coming, which is Spyro, Ripto, and Allura. All right. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's not pretty. All right. It's not pretty. Like, for example, if I were to show you, I'll show you season 1 because season 1 is already like out, so there's no, there's no shock there. This is what the data mine looks like. Okay, is just a note document that's stuff just like item banner 64 names schooled, right? It's not like, oh, we get some cool looking assets and cool images, though there's some of that. What I'm going through is just walls of text. Walls of text. Now, this is season 1, so there's no spoilers here. Everything that's already here is already there, right? And so I've had to sit down and I've had to figure out what all this stuff means. All of it. I had to figure out what all of it meant. It's walls of text. So I sat down, and here is the items that I found that will be coming in. Excuse me. Here's some of the, I've already had some details already hidden, but here's the stuff that I believe is related to Spyro, that is related to Spyro, and or I think is related to Spyro, because there's a couple that are debatable, but I'll show this, okay? Because it's related to Spyro. In Season 2, there is a banner, specifically Season 2, there is a banner that is called, "Where's Spyro At?" That's all the banner is called. It is called "Where's Spyro At?" So then there is an emblem that's simply called "Your Toast" for Season 2. However, I'm assuming that that is Spyro. It may not be Spyro, but I'm assuming that it's Spyro. This banner name is very suspicious for me. This banner name is very, 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 very suspicious specifically, but let's keep going. Score effect, purple smoke. It's possible. We're not sure. Here's what's important as well. Top score music is Spyro 1 theme, Glimmer, Ripto's Arena, and Skelos Badlands or Skelos Badlands. Now, this is in Season 1, but this was set in with the Spirit Dragons. However, there is no mention of, like, if you were to, let's say, what's it called? Let's say if I got Ika and I killed someone with it, there is no exclusive VO. If I got any other Epic Relic Station, Uka, there's no exclusive voiceover. Etc., etc. There's no exclusive voiceover for killing someone with an Epic Relic Station. But I found one, and it's not in the game, but it says, "Mess with the dragon, get the horns." Now, give me a second here. Here's the thing. When we look at the dragons from Crash Bandicoot, their horns are way back here. Over here. It's not really doing much, and they're just circling, right? And why is it specifically horns? Spyro's horns, though, they do. So I got a feeling that Spyro got this line of VO got mixed in with the I might be wrong, but because this is the only one, there is no other lines for any other Epic Relic Station. There is only this one, and it happened to be a dragon. So I was like, okay. The one that we do know is the banner that we unlock, which is Dragon Vision. And Dragon Vision has those little crystal dragons in there, which we saw. We see Crash riding a dragon. You see the little crystal dragons in there, which is already in Rumble. And there is a loading hint for when Engine gets added. That says, Spyro can charge with... Wait, which game is this? That is going to be apparently a new hint that is going to be added when I found this hint in the category of engines hints that they add to the game. So there's more. I'm not going to show much more, but I'm just showing directly what I believe is related to Spyro in terms of content. And I will share one other weird detail, which makes 0 sense to me right now. 0 sense. I actually see Ditto is in chat, so maybe Ditto can enlighten me as well, because Ditto is one of the amazing people that actually does help out with the data mining and stuff, and does their own experiments and their own checks. So here is where things get weird. You ready for this? You ready for this? Because I thought that there was some mix-up. I thought there was a mix-up. I thought that there was like data mining is all weird and stuff. All of this is not in season 1. It's also not in season 3. It's in season 2. Do you know who else is in season 2? Not Spyro. It's Allura. Allura is currently in season 2. Not Spyro. Ripto is nowhere to be found. I can't find where Ripto is. He's in the game, but we have no idea which season he's coming. Spyro's in season 3. But all these cosmetics are in season 2. But Spyro's in season 3. How's that for a bone to chew on? And then I saw this. I saw this banner. Where's Spyro at? And I thought to myself, I think I know what they're doing. I think I have an idea of what they're doing. This banner and the order of the heroes coming out made me start to think, and I realized something. Why would they put Allura out before Spyro? Why would they do that? That makes 0 sense. That's putting the cart before the horse. It doesn't add up. And that's the point. That's the point. Let me explain. Where's Spyro at? Where is Spyro? Where's Spyro? They put out Allura first. Spyro fans have been chomping on the bit and been screaming for Spyro content. And they know that. They know that. And they want to acknowledge that. And they want to really just squeeze everything that they can to really milk that. Yeah. Where is Spyro? I do believe that Allura is going to come. This is what's going to happen. When season 2 begins, I believe that we're going to get an announcement for Entropy. I believe Entropy is going to be the first character released in season 2. As we get closer to the end of season 2, when we start rolling into December, close to the Game Awards, there is going to be a marketing scheme that's going to start that is all around Spyro missing. Where's Spyro? Where is he? We've all been looking for him. Where is he? And it's going to then seep over into the official brand accounts where you're going to see stuff like perhaps missing dragon. Have you seen him? What is going on? Where's Spyro? Where's Spyro 2? Even where the game is acknowledging that Spyro is missing. That the game is acknowledging that Spyro is not there. Then when we roll into December, when we hit the Game Awards, which is the end of Season 2 and the close to the beginning of Season 3, they are then going to open up a trailer that, in my mind, is going to see a sheep in the distance, and then he's going to run away. You're going to see Spyro land, turn and look at the camera and say, sorry, what's the exact word? Sorry I made you guys wait so long, which is the line that he says at the end of Spyro 1 for the interview. And it's going to reveal that that Spyro 4 is going to be coming. And then they're going to bring Spyro to Rumble to advertise it. And then at the end of the 3 months of Spyro being in Season 3, they're going to open up and do probably an official gameplay for everybody in March or April, which is the same time that we got the gameplay trailer reveal for Reignited, which is going to be close to PAX East. I think that is my theory. That is my theory, because it doesn't make sense to put all the Spyro content in Season 2 but have no Spyro in Season 2. It makes zero sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It doesn't add up, and it doesn't make sense. So I believe. Yeah, sorry I took so long. Kind of forgot about you. He's just going to say, sorry I took so long. Right? Where's Spyro at? This was the key thing and the placement of all the characters. Now, we still don't know where Ripto is right now. Ditto, if you're still here, are we aware? Do you know what text strings or what season Ripto shows up? Because right now, for me, Allura is in Season 2. And Spyro for me is in Season 3. I don't know if there is... Now, again, still, data mining is still dirty. It's still a thing that... When I mean dirty, I mean, like, it's not clean. It's not simple. It's not just like that. But... I think that it would be the perfect opportunity to release Spyro for Crash Team Rumble and then do the full release with the Spyro 4 release. And yeah, that I believe is going to be what happens. I believe. Now, I'm going to actually open up Q&R a little bit longer because we have 5 minutes before we hit our end, and I got a feeling some people have some additional questions. I mean, I think I would. So, for Rumble and the data mine and stuff. Again, I still don't want to reveal more of the data mine, but I just wanted to take out the snippets and pieces of that is related to Spyro 4. So, no, I don't. And I never said that Spyro would be coming in Season 2. I never said that, right? The question was who was going to be coming in Season 2, and I still believe it's going to be Male Entropy. I think that they are going to reveal Allura, and I think they're going to tease Spyro on the anniversary. I think what they're going to do is that they're going to do some Spyro reveal, some sort of Spyro anniversary, and I think they are going to tease the living poop out of us. How long have you been sitting on those juicy nuggets for? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? It kind of doesn't make any sense with Rip, though, because why does he have a model and gear renders in there if he's not found anywhere here? He is in... there is a little bit more of Ripto. The only thing that I found is his default skin in Season 3. I found his default skin in Season 3. I also found Alora's default skin in Season 3. But Alora's in Season 2. All of her abilities are in Season 2. And I'll throw another bone for you to chew on. Something else for you to chew on, which blew my mind, which I just sat there and I was just like, what? Here, let me pull up one more thing. Because I sat there and I was just like, no way. What? And I'm sitting there and my brain, and I'm like, my brain, it literally French fried my brain when I saw it. And I remember freaking out. And I remember pacing back and forth. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. How does this happen? What? What? Sound like the what chance from WWE. What? Give me a second. Let me pull up the image real fast. There's one more thing. And I have no idea what it means. I'm going to pass this to you. And you're going to sit there. And you're going to be confuzzled and confused. And I'm going to be like, yeah, so am I. You're not the only one. I'm not going to hand this to you acting like, oh, like, hoo-hoo, I have the answer and you don't. I'm going to be like, I don't get it either. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where did I put you? Where did you go? Where did you go? Are you in the Crash Bandicoot folder? I have a lot of Crash Bandicoot folders. Are you in that one? No. Where did you go? Where did you go? Hang on. I know where it is. I know I've hold on. I can quickly just grab it elsewhere. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. So, let me confuzzle your brain just a little bit more, because not that I already haven't done that. Do you remember this image? Right? This was the image that we saw glitch. It glitched, and we saw this background briefly, and then we switched back. This is the clean version, right? This is the clean version. Now, we can see, like, cool. We know this image. We've seen this image. Cool. Awesome. 10 out of 10. Great. What you don't know is that each one of these images has a character tag. Each character has a tag, a certain number. So, for example, Crash Bandicoot is 3701. So when I'm going through the files and it says skin item underscore skin underscore 3701 underscore pirate, that tells me that, okay, that's a skin. That's a skin. It's Crash Bandicoot, and it's pirate themed. If it's like skin item underscore skin underscore 3703 underscore prisoner, 3703 is Ripperoo. Okay, I know that it's Ripperoo, and it's the prisoner skin. Okay, that's his prisoner skin. Okay, got it. All right. So every character has a code in the backgrounds of whenever you go to pick a character. Let me actually, I think I actually have one of those pulled up. Give me a second here. You know, whenever you go to pick a character or whenever you go to look at their screen, like you see like their power bar or whatnot, and you see that there's images in the background, actually like this, right? You see back here, you see Wampa Island, right? You see Wampa Island. You see, you're like, oh, this is a screenshot from Crash Bandicoot 4. Every single character has a screenshot from Crash Bandicoot 4. The background here, right? This is for City Scrape. No, that's not a good example. But you get what I mean, is that the backgrounds are all from Crash Bandicoot 4. They're all snapshots from Crash Bandicoot 4. Okay? All right. This level has a character tag. This level is not from Crash Bandicoot 4. It's a brand new level. It's not a recycle. So who is it tied to? It is not tied to Spyro. It is also not tied to Ripto. This background is tied to Alora. This background is tied to Alora. Every other character got a recycled background from an already established level. But this is tied to Alora. There's no... This is not Avalar. Right? This is not Glimmer. This is very Spyro 1. And yet, it's tied to Alora. Why? That's where I'm at. Why is that tied to Alora specifically as her background? That's my grand answer for that is it's nowhere in Reignite. Right. Why didn't they just take a snapshot of Glimmer? Why didn't they just take a snapshot of Summer Forest? Why didn't they just take a snapshot of literally any of the parts of levels of Spyro 2? Are you seeing the interest in the, in the confusion that's being laid down here? Are you seeing why I have been like, I feel like I am this close. I feel like I am right there. I feel like I am right there. And yet, I feel like that it is not enough. That it is not enough. It is enough to suggest and say, yes, it is potential and it is a big thing, but there is still something not quite sitting right. And I am right there. I feel like I am right there. Thanks so much, Gives the Emperor Dragon. May I recommend you trying some rabbit meat? Yum. I have tried rabbit meat. It is pretty good. Thank you so much for the 20 Mexican dollars. Thank you. And this is where I'm like, I feel like, so do you understand what I'm saying? Where I feel like I am right there. I feel like I'm right. And there's more information that I haven't even revealed yet that I'm not going to. But just from that data mine alone and just from that thought process alone that I'm showing you guys, this little sneak peek, do you understand why I have been so positive about the potential of a Spyro 4. Why I feel so like, right? So, I feel like I'm right there. And you can see it. Now that you just have looking into a peek of what I see, you can kind of see it too, can't you? For those in chat, you can kind of see it too. I need more info, and I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to dig it up, and I am trying to dig down and figure out what it is that it is missing. There's some aspects missing, but you can see why I have been sitting here and hunting and looking and investigating and digging and finding and investigating and digging. And I'm frustrated because I feel like I am right there, right bloody there. And I feel like I can't quite nail it down as confirmation. Can I turn around and be like, yes, this is a huge suggestion. Yes, this is a huge push for this. Yes, and yes, I can. But I want more than that. I want to break down that wall. I want to break down that wall of doubt. I want to break down the wall of theory, the wall of speculation, the wall of potentials, and the wall of maybes, and I want to break into confirmation. That is what I'm trying to go for. That is what I'm trying to dig into. That is what I'm going for. And I am trying. And I am just trying to pull it out, dig it out, find it, and lock it down. Guess who the yellow heart is? Aw, thank you so much. Is that a dragon? Sparks! Is it Sparks? Thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate that. Thank you, Elena. Thank you. So yeah, that is the thing that has been bouncing and ricocheting in my brain for 2 weeks now. 2 weeks, what I've just been reading has been bouncing in my head like a ping pong ball at some ping pong tournament or some bouncy ball in some room going insane. My brain has been bouncing with that in my head. But again, I want to break down theory. I want to break down speculation. I want to break all of that down, and I want to start breaching the walls of confirmation, the walls of confirmed, the walls of yes, it's happening. Yes, it's going to happen. Yes, it's happening. That is what I'm trying to do. That is what we're trying to hunt down. And also, too, to my knowledge, we can't find Alora's... Can we find Alora's model? Is Alora's model in the game? On the disc or no? And that's why I'm just like, why would they choose nothing but Spyro 2 characters? Why would they choose Alora when they have Hunter right there, who's already been featured in other games? You have Nasty Nork. You have all of these games. Now, there's one other thing. There's one other thing that I just want to double check. Oh, sorry. Hold on, there's one other thing I want to double check. So I'll tell you one thing. Now, this might simply just be a just a technical hiccup or a mistake or a goof up. So let me ask you something. Very casually, very simple. Very, very simple. When was the Spyro 1 theme reignited? Stop and think. Not Tiger Train. Do. The opening for Spyro 1. Or 2. Or 3. None of them were. Only in the E3 demo. I don't even think it was in the E3 demo. I don't even think it was in the E3 demo. Right? I know my top's... Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's more of a... That's more of a question more than anything. So, the point is... The point is that what is going on? What is happening? And why is it such a high focus specifically on Spyro 2? Why Spyro 2? And why is there a banner? This is where Spyro at. So I am trying to dig up all of this stuff. I am trying to dig it up. I am trying to figure it out. So, all right. I'm going to leave the stream open for another 10-15 minutes. If you guys got any questions, please fire them away. Well, congratulations for getting to level 98. Nice. My wife just hit level 100 yesterday. My wife loves Rumble. She plays a lot. Oh, by the by, for those tuning in late, the Activision suit is over. The merge is going to begin very soon. Take care, Toyo's World. Thank you so much. What was the biggest doink moment in gaming history? The biggest doink moment? Oh, gosh. Where do we start? Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077. That was the biggest... That was a big doink. And the reason why is because that game was hyped to be one of the biggest... most hypest games, and everyone was super good and ready to be like, let's go, and the game came out to be garbage. It required 8,000 updates to get right. So if you had to take a guess, CG, how much wait, hold on, I might be reading this wrong. Hold on. If you had to take a guess, CG, much like how Crash 4 went with a more Crash 1 approach, will Spyro 4 be more like Spyro 1 or maybe 2? 3 was more of a huge mix. I feel like Spyro... I think that you could do a combination of Spyro 1 and Spyro 2. My idea from the start has always been when you first get to the home world, you have to clear it out. And then once you clear it out and you beat a pseudo boss, it like pacifies the world, unlocks it, and then all the levels open up. So it's like a mini boss like you do in Spyro 1, and then there's an actual boss at the end of the level. But when you get to a level, there's a mini boss that you have to clear out. You show up, and basically all the denizens, all the dragons, all the stuff are being harassed. You show up, you take everyone out, and you redeem the world back to the way it was. You reclaim it for the dragons. The dragons are thankful, but they're tired because they're tired and they need help, and the portals open up, and then you can go into the portals and start unlocking stuff. What do you think could be Spyro's abilities? No comment. I'll say this. What you see in Reignited is probably going to be pretty close to what we're going to get. Do you think we might see more characters in the future seasons like Hunter and Agent 9? You see, we want this to be Crash Team Rumble. We don't want this to become Crash, Bandicoot, and Friends play Rumble. You know what I mean? The idea of it becoming a Smash Bros. Of like this genre, I'm not sure how I feel about that. But on one hand, it would be cool to see some aspects. It would be cool. So I'm not too sure about that. Are there any Nitro Crates in Rumble? Nope. Not yet. I have one question in the down on mine. Were you able to find any other stuff for Season 2? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did I ever? I have 16 pages of stuff that I found in Season 2. Oh, yeah. I found a lot. And I know a lot. And I've seen a lot. And, whoo, there is going to be some fun times coming up and some chaotic times if it happens. If it happens. Merger should finish either tonight or Monday. Probably Monday, but yeah, it's going to be awesome. How would you build a moveset for her in Rumble? Make her a booster. Give her something similar to a transform shot that Cortex has, but a bit different. It would have to be a little bit more not quite as frustrating, because you don't want two polymorph characters in the same game on the same team. Give her some ranged spells. Give her a bounce because she's a bunny. Trying to figure out how to make her more intriguing as a character. You could do something with magic spells. I think that would be the cop out. I would have to sit down and figure it out. Microsoft and Activision Blizzard are still resolving things in the United Kingdom. That is correct, but they can close in US, which is what's important. And because they can close in the US, they can begin the process out of the range until they figure out everything in the UK, which it looks like they have, because they stopped the court trial and they're extending. And yeah. If you could have a reimagining of a flop Spyro game, what game would you pick to revive? That's a question. And I think my answer would confuse and make a lot of people angry, but if I wanted to do it on a project that had the most potential, I would turn around and I would drop and I would fix Dawn of the Dragon. because I think that that game sets a precedent for a game genre that is massive. And all I would say for people to be like, what would you do for Dawn the Dragon? All I would say was this. Spyro the Dragon, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Just think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second. Just think. Just think. How likely do you think Copeland could return for Spyro 4 CG? I don't know. It's one thing to have him come back to do one song. It's another to do an entire soundtrack. I think that a soundtrack that is advised by Stuart Copeland is more likely than an entire soundtrack remade by Stuart Copeland. Though, I could be wrong, because Stuart Copeland seems that kind of weird of a guy that would just turn around and say, sure, let's do it, let's go, and be like, okay, Stuart Copeland, okay, I guess we're going to do it. You know, it seems that, you know, it seems to be that type of, you know, that type of guy. He's not the type of guy that seems to let his old age get in the way. He's just the type of guy that says, sure, let's do it. Are there any characters you want to see and any you don't want to see from Spyro's past to appear in Spyro 4, including all games? Hey, I'll make sure to answer that question though. Brennan R. just donated $10 for the super chat, and it's their first super chat. Thank you, Brennan. Thank you. Welcome to the channel and welcome to donating. Do you think you'll stream Sonic Superstars? I watched your video on it and I agree it looks fun. I think I am. I think I am going to stream it. I think that looks like a really fun game to stream, and I'm going to definitely try it, and I'm excited to try it. So thank you so much for the $10. And yes, I do think I'm going to stream it. So, what character would I like to see and what character I don't want to see? Blink. I don't want to see Blink. If we could Alt-Control-Delete Blink from existence, I would not shed a single tear. I would not feel regret for the slightest moment. If I was given the Thanos gauntlet and I was able to snap all existence of Blink out of existence, I wouldn't even remotely feel sad. There would be zero remorse. Who is Blink? Good question. Blink was an alternative playable character in A Hero's Tale, and it was awful. For those who don't know, I would feel quite literally zero remorse if Blink was Thanos snapped out of existence. I just would not care. I just don't care. I just don't care. I look at this and I just think it looks like, you know what it reminds me of? The bloody thing reminds me of, like Alvin and the Chipmunks. That's what it looks like. It just looks like an action movie starring Melvin and the Chipmunks. Like, what is this? It just yeet. I know there's some people that say that like him. That's fine. Me, into the dustbin. And in terms of who I would want to bring back, you see, the easy answer is Cinder. That's the easy answer. That is the very, very easy answer. And it might be the right answer, but I don't know. It might be the right answer. And it seems like the obvious right answer. But I don't know. Because again, here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Cinder has a lot of problems in terms of character development. And what I mean by that is they have a lot of problems that they have to sort through when it comes to character development. And that reasoning is the fact that in the second game, the first game, they set up Cinder perfectly. They set Cinder up perfectly in the first Legend of Spyro game. This dark, traumatic past. Perfect. All right. Good setup. It's like a volleyball bump. First hit, the setup. Boof. Good. The second hit to set it up, to spike it, the writers go to lay up the ball for a second time, and they bury their head into the sand. The second game, they screwed up her development so bad. And I'm like, what were you doing, writers? What were you doing when you were writing the second game, Eternal Night? What were you thinking? What were you setting up? You missed it. That volleyball bounced and they face planted into the sand. And thus, unfortunately, then in the third game, and not knocking Cinder as a character, but her voice actress in the third game sounded like they did everything on the first take and said, all right, it's good. Like, if you ever want to hear voice acting 101 on how to not voice act, go to Dawn of the Dragon and look at the scene where Elijah Wood, or Spyro, turns into Shadow Spyro for a brief moment saying, you can't stop me. And then you have Cinder. And the person that is voice acting it, just sit down and listen. Just turn off the visual and just listen. And just listen, okay? Her voice actress sounds like she was just mumbling the sentence and trying to figure out what it says, and they were just like, done, sold, that's it, that's the take. That's the take. It's like, what? He's like, you can't stop me. No, Spyro, I can't. But I love you. And I'm like, oh my gosh! Can we please have picked any voice actors? Anyone else? Or at least let her take another take or two? Please? Just one or two more takes. Just try. Just one or two more takes. Why are we taking everything on the first hit and going, yeah? And I'm like, oh gosh. And so, of course, because of the second game absolutely face planting into the sand, the third game that was supposed to spike Cinder as a character over the net, they didn't even show up. They're sleeping at the tiki bar at the beach. So, yeah. Like I said, the first game, perfect setup. Everything was there. The plot points were there. Yes, she has PTSD. Absolutely. Yes, and she was tortured to do things. Absolutely. It was, the plot points were all there. The seeds were all there. They were ready to go. It's like, okay, we now have the potential for a very cool, very interesting character. And then Spyro Eternal Suffering shows up and they flop it. And then the third game, they just didn't pick a voice actress. They're just like, you, I guess. And then everything on their first or second take and called it a day. It was like, oh, gosh. So, I would, if I did bring back Cinder, if I did bring her back, I would write her differently, and I would write her as a foil for Spyro. And how I would write Cinder is Spyro is this superhero. He just defeated 3 bad guys. He beat Nasty Nork. He beat Ripto. He beat the Sorceress. He saved the eggs. He saved the dragons. He got all the orbs. He's got a hot, fond girlfriend. He's got a cheetah best friend. He's rich after beating up money bags. Spyro's basically smoking a cigar and he's happy. That's the hero that he is. I then would make Cinder a hero as well. But I would have her the hero that had to sacrifice so much to get to that point. She never wanted to be a hero. She never wanted to do it. She still doesn't want to do it, but she feels responsible, and she had to go through that trauma to get there. And she's not on top of the world. She doesn't want to do it. She's upset. She's overwhelmed, and she doesn't want to have to deal with it. She doesn't want to have to deal with it. Now, what would happen if you had those two characters meet? What would happen if you had a hero that lost nothing, Giga Chad, superhero, absolutely sarcastic, and then you have the person that sacrificed so much and is considered a hero, but doesn't really want to be, never really wanted it, but feels that weighing need of necessity to do it, and will bite and fight and cut and scream and shout to save who they need to, because that's how they know how to do it. Now, what happens when you take those characters and say, okay, you have to work together now? What would happen between those two characters? What sort of interesting situations could they get in? You have one character that's reckless, doesn't care about risks because they're Superman. I'm Superman. I can't, I'm unstoppable. What risk? What's that? What's risk? And then we have to make sure that, we have to take every necessary step, make sure that every point is okay, make sure that everyone is okay, make sure that we go as slow as we can and try to keep up with everything. What interaction between those characters would happen? What would happen? What could Cinder learn from Spyro? And what could Spyro learn from Cinder? Right? That is the interesting story that I would write. That is the interesting concept. But there's only one thing that is exactly the same between Cinder and Spyro. And this is where there's the similarities and then they diverge. They're both lone wolves. Spyro knows how to save the world by himself. Cinder knows how to save her world by herself. They don't need anybody. They can figure it out. So what if now they have to work together? By circumstance, by whatever, they now have to work together. Now you have an interesting story. You have an interesting concept. What can Spyro take from Cinder, and what can Cinder take from Spyro to be able to develop into better personalities? Right? What little piece can Cinder take from Spyro to make her life better and her personality better and progress as a character? And what little piece of personality can Spyro take from Cinder to make his life better? Right? Oh, I have been pinged. I have la pinged. Let me check the la ping. Okay, I'm going to show this and then we're going to... Hold on. Hold on. Oh, gosh. That is hilarious. That is 11 out of 10. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, relatively irregular guy. I'm going to answer this question and then I'm going to get going. So, what political thing is there? And I understand where you're coming from. So, I understand. I don't want people to dogpile you in your comment. I don't want people to dogpile because, of course, it is a... nowadays there is a you know, when you say the P word, people get, you know, upset. So I'll say this. Is there any politics behind learning to ask for help from friends or family or loved ones? Does that need to be political? What about learning to take risks to sometimes help your loved ones? Is there any political backing to learn that you can be different and still be friends, still be raised different, but still be able to interact together, work together, teamwork together? See, these are very, very basic human positive things that can be taken without the need for any sort of that stuff. There's no politics in asking for help. There's no politics in accepting help. There's no politics in being kind. There's no politics in learning that there are others that are different. There's no politics in that because everyone's different. Very easy, very basic, and a good message that I would love to be able to deliver, because remember, Spyro is still a game that's targeted to that it needs to be playable by kids too. It's a lesson that can be taught to any of the kid, to any child, to be kind to others, to not be irresponsible, to not be pig-headed and check your ego at the door. But also to know when to take risks and when to enjoy yourself and when to be able to build a friend. Right? That's all. That's all it is. Nothing political about that. So, that is all the time I have for today. I'm going to end it there. So, thank you all so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow. I won't be back tomorrow, but there is a new video going live tomorrow. Yes, we have another Funny Moments Part 2 going live tomorrow called Oops, All Ripperoos. That one was funny. I've sharpened my skills a little bit, and each time we do these funny montages, hopefully we can just get a little bit better and see what people like and do all these adjusting. And yeah, I can't wait. Also, the Bog Down event is going to be starting next week as well. So I don't know if we will return to Spyro 2. I just don't know if it'll be next week or the following week. We'll figure that out. This might be a double Rumble week, or it might be a single Rumble week. I don't know. So, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video and our live stream. Time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye.